in Zimbabwean politics where supporters refused to accept any form of criticism directed at their preferred leaders. I was defensive, dismissive, in the times outright toxic towards anyone who pointed out the flaws in Chamisa's leadership. I see now that this was wrong. He goes on to say, I ridiculed and bashed those who dared to speak truth, even when the signs were evident. But today I can boldly say I was wrong and you were right to call things out. He proceeded by saying, since 2013, I clung to the promises, slogans, and declarations that a new Zimbabwe is coming or God is in it. I believed the assurances that there would be no rigging in 2023, that victory was certain. But after the elections were rigged, Chamisa did nothing. When a random figure like Sengezo Shabangu hijacked the party and began recalling MPs, Chamisa again did nothing. He left CCC and we were left without representation. All we have received from him since motivational quotes, scriptures, and now yet add the promise of forming, yet another promise of forming a new political party. Uh, Crooksman then says, I've come to the painful realization that this is a cycle of unseriousness, deception, and wasted time. I no longer wish to be part of that echo chamber. I choose objectivity, truth, and progress over blind loyalty. I want to publicly acknowledge and appreciate voices like Wopo, Freeman, Ruhanya, and many others who have stood firm, even when it was unpopular to do so. You have helped shape necessary political conversations in Zimbabwe, and your courage is needed more than ever. To everyone I offended, insulted, or dismissed, I am sincerely sorry. My past conduct was immature, and I take full responsibility for it. Yes, some are now calling me a sellout simply because I am questioning Chamisa, but I am not moved. I am driven by a desire to see a better and more credible opposition in Zimbabwe, one that is serious, strategic, and focused on delivering real change, not just vibes and slogans. It's time we stop glorifying individuals and start demanding accountability, substance, and tangible solutions from our leaders. Our people deserve better. Thank you for reading. And once again, I apologize. After having said that, there's also another. Cooksman, Kanawapo Panaba, if you can please request the mic and then I'll bring you Kurukure Nemim Koma. Right. So there's also another piece that he has written, and if I can just bear with me, if I can, what's going on the computer? Oh, come on now! Hey, we don't want this, We don't want this. Yes, thank you. Right. So what's going on here? Right. Okay. Oh. Um, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Right, sorry guys, sorry guys. Something is happening with my. Let me see if I can see. Let me see if I can be in a position to sort this. But anyway, Koma Cooksman, if you can come through, I would then see Kuti Mauya ere pano pa Chirongwa. I see you are in the. I see you are in there. So if you can make the request, I think I saw you somewhere. Yeah. So if you can make a request, to come through, and then I will be in a position to bring you into the conversation so that Tungwendela Mberi, right, Tungwendela Mberi Chirongwa. Right, so yeah, so if you're joining me, okay, I've seen him. If you're joining me for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you. Please come through. And be part and parcel of this conversation. 098133. Okay. Be part and parcel of this conversation. It will be very much appreciated. Right. So as I was saying, that there's another one. There's, part of this, there's something, that he then wrote. He says, he goes on to say, I think, this was a few days ago. I'm not sure, but he says, right now, it 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 honestly feels like being in ZANU PF is better than being part of the opposition political party in Zimbabwe. And before you start getting emotional about it, let me explain why. In ZANU PF, if you are smart enough, you can leverage your proximity to power and walk away with real benefits: money, mining claims, land, cars, residential stands, and you can do this with zero accountability. Come election time, your party always wins no matter what. But what exactly do you get from being in the opposition? Absolutely nothing. They form parties, contest elections, we vote, the elections get rigged, and then what? Nothing changes. Some unknown guy shows up and claims he owns the party. The leader walks away without a fight. MPs are recalled left, right, and center, and you are left with no voice, no representation. Meanwhile, people in rural areas get harassed for supporting the opposition, and the whole circus keeps repeating itself. So this is in another post, that he wrote. So let me get Cooksman to come through. Trying to aid you, Cooksman. I don't know what is going on. So he has written this, he has posted this, and there has been a lot in terms of backlash. There has been a lot in terms of people reacting. People have reacted. Some have reacted positively to what you said, and some have reacted negatively. But but what is clear is what he posted. He has solicited a response, or some responses coming from people across the political divide. When I say the political divide, you know what I'm talking about. Those that from the side of the political party that has been praised for what has been said, for being better than they've also said finally somebody has seen the light. But some people are saying that, Mr. Cooksman, if you were now feeling some kind of way, why didn't you just why didn't you just leave without posting whatever it is that you posted? But anyway, so we're going to have a conversation with Cooksman. I'll pose some questions, and then after that I'm not going to pose many, because I need he's also expecting that you guys are going to come through and ask him questions. So that is how we are going to be doing it. And can I kindly ask you guys to respect him as my guest? So it means I'm not going to be tolerating any form of abuse that may be directed, towards him. If you come through to ask a question and then you end up being, personal instead of engaging with whatever it is that he has written, I will retain that right to excuse you from the space, altogether. Uh, you know. So yeah, so that is where we are. Cooksman, how you doing? Cooksman, Cooksman, can you hear me? Right. Cooksman, are you able to unmute the mic and then engage with me, please? Network iri boyere mngoma Cooksman kwa muri gogo. Kana kuti yadangotambo imwe 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 imwe.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How you doing?
No, I'm good. I'm very, very
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Kwazi say enywatiriri.
Okay. Hello everyone, and I believe everyone is okay. And I believe um, everyone will probably, I don't know if I should say, those who are angry, they will forgive me. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get into it. Let us not waste much time. Right. So I've just read the apology that you have put out there, and also another post you put out there. And I've known you being a staunch Nelson Chamisa supporter. You've put out songs praising Nelson Chamisa. You've even sacrificed, traveling to Zimbabwe from South Africa, where you were based at one point, to go and be an agent, an election agent. Last year, election, I saw you, in a heated exchange, I think, with Timure Fazi, that had gone out to a polling station, came by etc, etc. And now today, I'm reading this. What's going on, Goma Kusuman?
No, I think it might probably zvingagona kushamisa vamwe hazvo, but zvinhu zvinofanira kunge zviri normal, because even in our personal life unosvika pamwe pokuti unogona kunge une mamwe mafungiro awaimboita kana maonero awaita wozochinja zvichienderana nekuti zvii zvinenge zvichiitika. So basically my shift in position is based on experience and reflection,
Right.
not hate or bitterness as some may want to portray. I supported Nelson Chamisa wholeheartedly, and I would boldly say Nelson Chamisa acknowledged me after I did quite it was, I wouldn't say quite a lot, but that was the time when I was recording music,
Mm-hmm.
so I want to appreciate him for that, because I believe that he saw something in me, because there were a lot of people who were doing those things like Zvekuimba, Mas Kids and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But he called me. I don't know where he got my number. Simba Chikanza claims that he's the one who gave him. He called me, he talked to me, and that's how we link up. But when I was doing all that, I didn't want to get his attention. It was just from a pure heart, because ndine jeni yandanga ndafamba kumashure ukoko kuzosvika ndiende kuSouth Africa yakanga ichindiratidza kuti there is an urgent need to fix our country. So I was always asking myself, how can I participate in this journey of probably bringing freedom into our country. So semunhu anoita zvemaskits nekuimbaimbawo ndakati maybe let me try this, and surely it worked out. I wouldn't say it worked out because it didn't yield any much results, but
What sort of
panguva iyoyo
results? When you say it didn't yield any results, what sort of results were you expecting?
the goal was to, or has always been, to get power. We
Right.
need to
Okay.
get power. We need to put the right people in these government institutions. We need to put everything to normalcy. So that's the intended goal.
Ah,
For
right. Okay.
me, that's the intended goal.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. All right. No, no, no. So you have got a lived experience. You say that the reason why you are doing this is as a result of some lived experiences. Do you mind sharing what those experiences are that have prompted you or have necessitated this for us to have this conversation that we're having?
All right. As you would know, Uncle Jed, like munhu wese ari kukura neakura, une imwe stage yaunosvika mulife yekuti unoti dai ndaane chinhu changu chandinozviitira chekuti mangwana ndinozotendekawo kuti vazukuru vanozotendeka vachiti asekuru vakaita ichi. I had this idea, and it's a business idea.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a product andokwanisa kuzvigadzirira ndega, so I was supposed to register it kuti ndikwanise kuimanufacture at a large scale, ndikwanise kuisupply mumabig shops and stuff. So I went through all the process aidiwa kuitwa, maministries ese aida kuendwa, but still I could see that zviri kutonditadzisa. It's not because inini handisi kukwanisa, inini I'm doing everything that I can, but it's basically because our government yatiinayo is not putting the right measurements to make sure that whoever ane zvaanofunga kuita can excel. It's an uphill. Ukafunga chero kuregister company, just kungoregister company chaiko chaiko. Angojeti, if I may tell you, kuregister company in South Africa is 175 rand. Basic registration. In Zimbabwe, it starts from as little as $100. And I'm just wondering why, charging all those crazy monies for someone to set up a company per website, a government could have it documented, right? So ndakafungisisa because ndakazopedzisira ndaenda kuSouth Africa. Goal yangu yanga iri kuti at least ndikanoshanda ndikaraisa mari, I could come back and continue with my project, right? So izvozvo zvakandipa kuona kuti no man, nyika iyi haisi kufamba zvakanaka, inoda kugadziriswa. Ndingati inini zvangu I'm an amateur in politics, and ndonguva yandaitotanga kuvawo active iyoyo. Kumashure kwese uko taingova vanhu vekuti taingoti zvepolitics because taiziva zvinorovesa isu takakurira kumaruzevha. But this time ndakati no, I should participate. So I've been doing everything that I've been doing wholeheartedly, and I know for sure that if we can get a good government in Zimbabwe, zvinhu zvese zvinogona kutifambira zvakanaka, and I can benefit, not necessarily from handouts, but from my own sweat. I know there are a lot of people out there, entrepreneurs, who are struggling day and night to make things happen, but surely in Zim Marcus zvakaoma.
Right. In your in one of your posts, you said that it feels better to be in ZANU PF, and yet these things that you're complaining about are things that are existing under ZANU PF. So how does it feel? How does it then changes? How do you then change from a position of looking at ZANU PF as the party responsible for these things that you are crying about? You are now looking at it from the perspective of what it's better to be in ZANU PF. What is it that is there in ZANU PF that is making you now feel that it's better to be in ZANU PF than to be in opposition?
Well, I've actually noticed that vanhu vakawanda used that to kind of kuzondidzvinya pahuro kuti iwewe wagara uda kuenda kuZANU enda, kana kuti wakatotengwa and stuff like that. But Angojed, I would say this. Ukaona wakaroora mukadzi wekuti akasiyana nemurume wake, akapotsa amuraya nekuti imhondi, but mukadzi iyeye akusvika pakuti zviri nani kutogara naex wangu yaiva mhondi, then you should question yourself kuti chii chandambonyanyotadza kuita. Point yangu yaida kudzoka pakuti the reason why tiri kuzama zvacho nguva dzose kuti tiunze rusununguko munyika yeZimbabwe, it's because tiri kuda kuti zvinhu zvifambe negwara razvinofanira kufamba naro. Right now, a lot of people are not in Zimbabwe. A lot of people have ran away from Zimbabwe, and they are doing very well in other countries. This is because of politics, Angojet. Zvinobva kupolitics zvoenda kueconomics zvoenda kupi kupi, zvese zvino it's interconnected, zvinoshanda zvose pamwe chete, handiti? Saka munhu anouya achindiudza kuti politics hadziitirwe financial gain anenge achinyeba, because akatotiza Zimbabwe kuti anowana financial gain kunyika dzine politics dzinoshanda, nyika dzine maeconomies anoshanda, right? And also, my understanding is that politics, nature yepolitics is about interests, and it personal and collective. So the reason why we fight for good governance, Angojed, haisi nyaya yengoti titambure tingoonekwa kuti hatiri vanhu vanotambura tinorwira sununguko muchisungwa muchiita no, that's not it. We are fighting to create an environment where more people can thrive in business. Vanhu vanogona chikoro vachipasa vachiita zvavanoita, vebhora right now there are a lot of people, there's a lot of talent iri kufa kumaruzevha. No one is noticing that. Just look at Kwamuri and Angojed, how much soccer players are making. Munhu asingatombozivi zvene maths nechi nescience nechi anenge achitamba bhora, you can make a living out of it. Wrestling, zvinhu zvakawanda, kana even wanoita comedy, kana economy yakanaka, a lot of people can excel in whatever they are doing, right? So my point was that if we are fighting tichivhotera vanhu vekuopposition, tiri kuvavhotera kuti at least just like zvatakaita last election, tavhota, taita zvose zataita takambena, tavhota, tapinza vanhu muparliament, we need a voice in parliament, tapinza vanhu kumakanzura, we expect that things should change, things should work, right? Even the opposition itself should be running programs that can benefit the people. There's no my point was just kuti izvezvi vanhu vari kuzanu vakamutsamutsa chaivo chaivo, they are benefiting. Kana uri munhu akamutsamutsa ukagadzira zvimapepa zvako pakavhurwa chitenda, handi vanopinzana zvechitsotsitsotsi, wopindawo the next thing, takutoonawo utonzi you are the next chivhayo, I don't know.
But
Because
opposition, okay, because you are saying what is the ZANU-PF could have benefits. What sort of benefits were you expecting for opposition that is fighting for a change, fighting for Gota regime? Because they're saying with opposition should be also, were you looking for a financial gain? Were you looking for maybe some avenues to be opening so that you could get something as a result of your association with the opposition? Because I'm failing to get to grips when it comes to what you're telling me, making this this comparison to say good because PF at least ukaenda close proximity to the leadership, you might gain this, iwewe uri munhu akaenda padhuze ningina Nelson Chamisa, one can push back and say I could maybe are you expecting something? You're expecting to get something as a result of your close proximity to Nelson Chamisa, and you do not get, maybe what you wanted to get, and now you are saying that probably maybe if I go to the other side, I might, you might not get close, forgive me, for this, but we know ZANU-PF is in this business of taking people to Emerson Mnangagwa, especially those that have got a following, etc. Maybe it might be something that maybe right now they are running. I'm seeing there's a space there's a space that is going on right now. Cooksman joins ZANU-PF. So I'm trying, help me understand here. Could he, by you making that comparison, was it born out of the need for gaining, for individual gain, as opposed of fighting for gaining Zimbabwe as a whole?
all right, let me put it this way, Ango, maybe kuti vanhu vanyatsonzwisisa, handiti pangori nezvinhu two. Right now munhu wese anosapota ZANU, ukaona uchisapota ZANU usina chauri kuwana, because ZANU zvaitongori is some sort of a vehicle yekuti wese apinda kwakamutsa anofanira kutowana mukana wokuba, ndozvairi, ndo structure yeZANU. Saka ukaona uchisapota ZANU usingakwanisi kuba, usina chauri kuwana, hapana zvauri kuita, because iyo pachayo ZANU-PF structure yayo ndozvairi. But what do we expect co-opposition? We expect representation to parliament. That's why we vote for these people to go to the parliament. Maybe, or at least, they can effect mamuma policies, mamuma legislation, right? We vote these people to be councillors. We don't need excuses. We all know how ZANU-PF operates with the central government and all that. Kana mnaenda uko ari kanzura, atidi ma excuses ekunzi hakuna mari iri kuya. Come with other ways of generating income. Ukauya nerecord rako uchiratidza kuti hatina mari yatakawana kugovernment yekutakura mabhini, hatite madhora, vanhu havamborambe kubatanidza vanogara vachidya mari vachimwa dora vachiita sei. But we don't have that kuma opposition. What we have is corrupt opposition councillors. Right now izvozvi macouncils mazhinji opposition endaiko vangofanana neZANU-PF. There's no difference. Co-opposition handisi kuti ndoda kupiwa munda, ndoda kupiwa mota. I want what I always vote for. If I vote for a representation in parliament and the next thing someone anomuka one morning achitaura kuti inini I'm the owner of the party, orikola vanhu leader otiza. Should I ululate about that, Uncle Jen? Should I be happy about that? Ndoita makansela ndiye ndakavhotera inini opinda pakuva kansela. Nothing is happening. The leader says nothing. No one is put to task. I should be happy about that. That's what I expect from the opposition, just that. And also, opposition right now I can tell you, Uncle Jed, if opposition wanted to start a program whereby they can probably identify certain communities, I would rather watch on TV or on news kuti Chamisa ari mukoti because arambidzwa kuvaka chikoro kana clinic.
Right.
I would love to read that. Chamisa arambidzwa kuvaka kliniki, arambidzwa kuvaka chikoro, mari iripo. News dzatoda kunzwa idzodzo. At least you could show vane zvavari kuita because they can. Right now citizens kana zvikanzi Chamisa akati pane kwataona kunoda footbridge. Vanhu vari kutambura kana rwizi rwazara vaendi kuchikoro. Unondudza kuti pana vanhu vanongaramba kubatanidza madhora kunovaka footbridge. But why is the opposition not doing those kind of projects?
Right.
It can't be all about ngoti ZANU yakada tozviziva izvo ZANU PF inoponewa. But what are you doing as opposition? You can't be sitting 4 years 5 years wakagara womira nhingiri yavo yamutanga kumhanya kuti mugwazo chichichi nekuti election yawe. This is not about just elections. This is about politics idzi guys. Ndosaka ndichifunga kuti zvinhu zvinotoda kuti zvibva pamoyo womunhu akatumwa wokuti wakamira wakatarisa dunhu kana town kana whatever growth point unonzwa moyo wako kushushikana kuti no, maybe apa panga paifanira kunge pane chakati.
Right. Yes, I hear you. Yeah, so according to you, this is not about stomach politics. These sentiments are not being driven by stomach politics, but disgruntlement in terms of if I may say that, maybe in the leadership of the opposition, their expectation, things that you were expecting to have happened, opposition side. Not that you wanted any financial gain, but as a result of pushing for the goal that the opposition has always preached, which is the goal to bring change, in Zimbabwe. But your focus on Nelson Chamisa saying that according to you, he was doing nothing, etc. And the issue of Sengezo, Chabangu, we all know how it played out. But he gave his reasons for abandoning, that ship. Were you not satisfied with the reasons, that he gave?
Absolutely, yes. That was
okay. What did you want him to do? Given how could he have handled this situation according to you? How could maida kuti izvo adhile nenyaya yacho how? Is that
well, my understanding, Uncle Jed, from the whole thing, Chabangu, from what they were saying, Iwo as leadership, right? Party yakarongeka, and that strategic ambiguity thing that they were doing. Inini zvangu as a supporter at that time, I didn't even bother to.
You didn't question. Every time that we did shows, you were there. Could no strategic ambiguity. You didn't question.
Yeah, inini have been one of the most toxic person on Twitter.
Right.
Because my assertion was that whoever anoda kubvunza izvozvo mukuda kutikanganisa, of which I feel that was good because at that time tatiri towards my election. Saka I feel as if kuti tine chinhu chatiri kuzama kupusha and maybe tikada kutanga kungobvanganyudza zvimwe zvinhu zvakawanda wanda tinogona kutopedzisira takanganisa even nekuti handine hope yekuti maybe taigona kubudirira pama-elections atakadi akapera. But however zvazoitika, I started to ask a lot of questions kuti inini ndazvivakira musha wangu, mapepa ndinawo, pongobuda one day munhu anouya akandowana akagara padhoro emba yangu achintaura kuti musha wangu zvokwadi ndinofanewe zvokuti kwai ndingazotiza ndosiya musha wangu nekuda kwako iwewe wangobva kwawabva handikuzivi kuti kwai mushande wangu hakuna zvinhu zvakadaro wangu.
Right.
Saka I feel like there's something that they are not telling us zvakaitika ipapo o zvavaiziva nekuti ZANU zvandakaona zvainoita, ZANU in as much as yakaipa stereo, but ine vanhu vamwe vanotogarira basa iroro kuona malupos iwayo, vana vachingostadha chete kuti vana Nelson Chamisa vari kuite, vari kuronga zvinhu zvavo sei, nevamwe vanhu vanenge kuda vari muinside imomo vachipa information, then yotora mukana iwoyo kuushandisa kuita sei, sezvavakaita ipapo pana it was a loophole yakairi kutiza kuya kutorealize kuti dhiri randandaronga iri harichashande because apa ndazojiwa netsoro pakadai. But honestly, to tell me kuti everything, kuti Chavangu was never part of that thing, and then one day anongomuka akanzi atotora otonzi ndiye mumiriri weopposition muparliament, otoonekwa achidya nyama kubhora kustadium, otosiyiwa akatodaro. Monditaurira kuti vanhu vari ready kuunza rusununguko muZimbabwe, you will be lying to me. You will be lying to me. I don't believe that.
So, I mean, you've described yourself as a toxic. You were once, toxic, and I remember there was a time where when you used to have a, back and forth with Wopwell until you guys, blocked each other. You're critical of the likes of Freeman Chari. You're critical of Ruanya, and you've mentioned, some of these guys, and now you are, extending your apologies to these guys. What is it that they were saying at that particular time that you now feel that okay, they were right?
I think ma-leaders aya kana tichimasarudza kana kuti kana nyangwe akazviimposa on us, havasi vana Mwari. Chatofanira kungonzwisa ndechekuti either i-government kana kuti i-political party, these people they represent us. If isusu tisipo havana chimwe chavanokwanisa kurepresenta. Saka kana paine zvinhu zvandinofila inini kuti hazvisi kufamba zvakanaka, there should be that room yekuti ndibvunze, kana kuti whoever anoona sekuti pane chinhu chimwe chisiri kuitika zvakanaka. But there is a culture yakatodyarika matirende, yakatanga nekuzanu uye zvino yatopinda kuopposition, yekuti vakuru havabvunzwe. Ukabvunza izvi munhu ari kuzanu akabvunza kuti ndosaka muchiona kuzanuka, vese mukaona vanhu vari panapa vezanu, vakomana vezanu vari panapa, havataure, vanotya kutaura zvinhu zvinenge zvichiresveka kupati yavo nekuleadership yavo, because you'll be regarded as mutengesi. Saka nekuoppositioniwo, the moment yaunongotaura something kana kuhighlighta zvimwe zvinhu zvinenge zvichikanganisika, automatically you become a sellout, because we have built a culture whereby we have to be people anongoti yes 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 handiti. So vana Hopewell, I feel like zvimwe zvinhu zvavaitaura zvaiva zvinhu zvitori objective, but because tinenge tiri vanhu vakangozara nekuda kuti no Chamisa anzako, leader wedu anzako, handiti taitopedzisira zvinhu zvacho tisingazvioni. Seni hangu ndaizofila as if Hopewell is just being a hater, or maybe Freeman kana vana Ruhanya neatova kuti iwe tanga political party yako kana uchizvigona itatione zvakazodai zvikazodai. That's what we were saying, or that's what I was saying actually. But now I'm realizing kuti hakuna nyika yatichafa takavaka nemaitire iwayo, because tiri kugadzira mamonsters. Imagine kana Chamisa akapinda mugovernment izvezvi nemamiriro akaita zvinhu, even akabhaisa sei, handiti momutsiura sei. Politician wega kana anofanira kuziva kuti if he ever makes a mistake, people can hold him accountable. Ndo zvinoita kuti vanhu vagare vachiziva kuti they cannot do as they please, because they are representing the people. Right. Saka inini zvangu nyaya yangu panana Hopewell apa yainguva nyaya yekuti I feel like zvimwe zvinhu zvandakutoona inini zvavaitaura, zvandakuona na kuti no man, zvifanira kunge zvichidai, handiti kuti uzvibvunze zvinhu izvozvo, you get the same treatment as yandaipa vamwe. Ndo pandakaona no man, vanhu ava vakava vasiri wrong. Handisi kuti entirely handizivi hangu mainterest avo, because ini ndogona kubvunza nhasi ndichirotsoropodza Chamisa because I hate him, or maybe someone agona kutsoropodza Chamisa because he's been paid,
right,
handiti. saka zvinobva nekuti but pane zvimwe zvinhu zvokuti even zvikataurwa whether munhu avenga kana kuti atengwa asi it remains factual,
Right.
right?
So yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, you described that as blind, following, whereby people don't get scrutinized or questioned, etc. And then you are saying that you are choosing objectivity, truth, and progress. Can you expand on that so that people get a little bit of understanding on what it is exactly that you're talking about vis-a-vis our situation in Zimbabwe? Because if you look at both sides, of the aisle, if you look at ZANU PF, the way that Emerson Mnangagwa is revered by people that follow him. You can say, some of them we have even said these guys will just follow, blindingly, even though there's things, that are happening there, or the ZANU-PF that they are doing, which things, that are not good, but some people choose not to see that, and it is the nature of politics that people begin maybe to associate with the leaders, because it is the leaders that sort of gives the direction, or gives the direction of where things ought to be heading, or how things ought to be. So that's there, the issue of being following what the leader says, and you are now talking about this objectivity, truth, and progress. What is it exactly that you are saying?
Basically, I'm focusing much on, especially when I'm looking at a person like Nelson Chamisa, right? Man, come on. I don't know why he likes doing that. Maybe it's because of his beliefs. I once told him, he knows
Mhm,
that. This thing of relying, I mean, like zvemavhesi zviya zvaanoita zvebhaibheri
mhm.
izvozvo hazvishandi zviya. Munhu wese chaiko anonyatsokuda kuva honest kana taakutaura zvokuda kugadzira nyika, zviya ndo zvinhu zvisingashandi, handiti? Saka ndo chimwe chinhwani chaanoda kutoti because I know most people would say, don't criticize him, form your own party or find someone else you can support. But look, this is a person, and one sad thing about Zimbabwean politics, that kune politics, the popularity. Right now, Chamisa is the most popular person or opposition leader that we have, right? So, in as much as people would say, siyanai naye, tangai mapati enyu, itai sei sei, inini basically ndiri kuti aiwa, inini handichadi zvepresent worship, handichadi zvebootlicking, but handivenge Nelson Chamisa. Kana achikwanisa kugadzirisa zvinhu zvaanokwanisa kugadzirisa and be the better leader that we all want, I'll be really happy, so ndaakuda kuva munhu wokuti if there is something chandinoona chandinokwanisa
Mhm,
kugadzirisa, ndinochiita. Izvezvi kutaura hakundiremeri. I've got a
mhm,
voice, I've got people who believe in me, I've got people who
mhm.
listens to me, and I believe NC has got a lot of things that he needs to correct as a leader. And I feel like the opposition has been playing with us in general, and they need to be called to order,
Right.
right? So I cannot keep quiet. This is something that I can do with just a phone and data. So if I cannot do the least, ndingazogona here zvihombe? Ndiri kutadza kudzora leader wangu wandakatovhotera ini, ndiri kutadza kumuudza kuti zvamuri zvisizvo izvi. Ndoti ndiri kuite chii? What kind of a society am I building? What kind of leadership am I giving as someone anogona kunge achimirira youth at a certain level,
But this
right?
youth, but now these young people that would have probably followed you as a result of you being, a supporter of Nelson Chamisa, etc. Are you not sending a wrong? Are you not sending a mixed message? To are you not confusing them? Um, yeah, are you not confusing them?
No, they just need time, they will
Right.
understand.
Okay.
Ndosaka tichivapa information seniwo zvakanditorerawo nguva kuti ndizvinzwisise. Saka haisi nyaya yekuti tinofanira kunge tiri
Mm,
stagnant angu. Mangwana ndogona kufuma ndatochinja. Zvinongoenderana nekuti zvii zviri kuitika
right.
panguva iyoyo. But honestly, at each and every stage yatinenge tiri, we should have time to reflect and correct zvatinenge tichiona sokuti kana zvatinoona kuti zvinenge zviri wrong. Saka izvezvi ndinoziva kuti vanogona kuva vashoma sezvandambotaura kuti bootlicking yakawandisa muZimbabwe. It's very difficult. Right now I know ndotomboona vangu vanhu vakawanda vachiti kwai vanhu vanodena hanzi kudena Chamisa because uda kutrenda. Guys, ndinonyatsozviziva ma-repercussions anouya nekuita zvandiri kuita izvi. Zvinhu zvinokusiya uri pamahwane ekutoti like unovengwa nemunhu wese. Inini hangu Jedhi chikambani changu chandinacho chismall company consultants company ndinotodhila nevanhu vekuti vamwe vacho vazhinji vaitombopota vachindipa mabasa because vane vachiti unosapota Chamisa watinoda handiti. But I've put that aside because I'm Zimbabwe right now. I'm looking at the mess in this country and I'm saying nyika ichagadzirisika zvaita sei nezvine matakanana atiri kuita aya as opposition. Then I felt the need to say these things. And I know for a fact that in as much as it may be painful, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but NC kana achiverenga zvandinotaura anoziva zviri pamwoyo wangu. Everyone else can say, oh, whatever nonsense that they say, you are bored, this and that. But the only person that knows what's in my heart is Nelson Chamisa. I know he will reflect on these things. If he's genuine, he will definitely reflect on some of the things that I'm saying and he will change. But kana ari wokunyeba, I don't care. Achandivengake. I don't really care. Because inini zvinobva pamwoyo wangu angu zvakandipinza mupolitics ndezvekushuva kuona tiine environment yekuti tinoudzana chokwadi panenge pachiresveka, tichigadzirisana, tichivaka nyika yedu zvakanaka. Saka honestly ndiri kuona kuti tikatarisa kubva I would say 2013 kana zvimakodi zvavo zvimwe zvavane vachinyora zvezvo, you know, probably would say ndezvekungotiwo unoziva kana uri parally unofanira kupa vanhu hope, but zvinofanira kuperekedzwa nezviito. You can't just each and every election cycle unouya nemachant nemaslogan ekunyeba. Now it feels like it's just pacifying people. Saka totiri kuite mangwana auya achenji yakutosvika, Mwari vanditi zvakati, mangwana zvakazodai hakuna rigging ichaitika, tobva tarigwa totogara takatodaro, vana chavangu voya vonikira votoenda, yotova cycle yeupenyu tichidaro. Honestly, I don't feel like we will be going anywhere, and I don't think it's right. And I feel that personally, I feel that that should be challenged. Anyone I know, even within our respective political parties, this shouldn't be just CCC. But us as young people, we must learn to tell our leaders the truth. These things zvekunyeba unzanzi kwai he zvatinoona kuzanu zvokuti vanhu vaiseka ningiri ED atiza paya yajamba board ndosemu vanhu vari kuti amudharawo yakaipa. Saka ndinofunga kuti tiri kuite chii isi tokopawo
mudhara akapenga mudhara ED works. But anyway, you know what, I've been almost at it for over 30 minutes now, me and you conversating, but I need to open this, to our speakers. I see there are so many people that want to engage, with you. So what we are going to do, Cooksman, is I'm going to invite folks, to come through. So I'll invite them, they ask you a question, you respond, we go to the next person, etc. So I want to try, by all means, to get as many people as possible to come through and engage with you. But guys, those who are going to be coming in, I know kuti munogona kunge muine mibvunzo yakawanda yamuda kubvunza, but if we can limit that, I would expect a question. 2 questions, it would be like sort of pushing it, but I'll allow that. But chikumbiro ngoti tungoti one question per munhu, one question per munhu, one question per munhu, one question per munhu, so that we get as many people to come through. Right now there are 23 requests that I have, so we just need to get as many people as possible to come and engage with him. But I'll be bringing in people one at a time. I'm not going to flood the speakers forum with so many people. I'm just going to bring you guys one at a time. You ask a question and I remove you. We get others as well to do that. Right. Before I do that, Mofu Titus, I'm going to say
chigwendiri nyama zvamuri sendi
tingodaro daro tatsikwa kana mukoma Cooksman.
Man of the moment, Cooksman. No, thank you for bringing him to the platform. I missed the first 30 minutes, but I'm sure with the questions from people in this submission, I'll catch up.
Yes. Yeah. So kana mukadauzo fire away a question. I mean, I don't have to tell you that you know what to do.
Absolutely. No worries.
Yeah, you know what to do. Right. So I'm going to begin. Manje vanhu vacho vangaita vachidona, but I'm going to begin. I'm going to add Spark Forex. You're going to kick us off. So Mkoma Cooksman, I'm just allowing people to interact with you now. So if you cannot hear them, just let me know as well, so that I can get them to re-say their question. Kuti ndizvo munyatsonzwa. And it saka we'll go at it like that. Right. Kumkoma wacho waenda. Right, all right. Regai ndiunze. Right. So Marcy, how are you?
Ndiripo Uncle Jet. Muri sei?
Ndiripo kuriseva murivo.
Hayi, kuri nani. Kwanaya.
Oh yes.
So dzadzika.
But say that's better. Right. So yeah. So today we've been graced by Mkoma Cooksman here. Mkoma Cooksman, I think you've seen what he wrote, and I've read that. I think you are up to speed with that. So if you've got any question that you have, you want to fire to Cooksman, I'll give you the opportunity to do so now.
Yeah, it's mostly the second letter that I have more interest in. The other stuff, your personal reflections are that it's you who supported the party, it's you who knows how much you gave to it and what your expectations were that were not met. So that's your opinion. I respect that. Second one is the commentary on ZANU, which is new to you because you are in a reflective mood. But to me, obviously, these are the reasons that people want to be free. They don't want to use their proximity to power to gain access to things. They don't want to ignore the oppression that's happening in their communities to pander to ZANU-PF. But you place them as things that, at least with them, these things are possible, as if it wasn't a choice for the other people, knowing that you could play dead, play along, do as ZANU wants and get along, and still chose kuti guta ruzhinji is better than guta inini. So since uze nenye, my question is, how much proximity to power do you assess you may need for different things? Because proximity to power is subjective. So for the project that you mentioned, I found that very clever of you to have done. You've got this project that has this potential, so you've put in your hook, kuti fishy. But so for that project, let's just do suppose somebody was to make it happen. It's a good project. You say so. You have belief in it. You know its benefit to the community and yourself. How much proximity do you think you may need to get this show on the road and get this product out to the market and to the customer? Is it proximity to a person? If it's a person, name it so we can put our expectations. Kuti project requires the proximity to be executive level. If it's huku project, kunoziva padare wekuzanu, is proximity enough? Kwauri, how much proximity do you need for this project that you told us you have to kick on?
Right.
Because ZANU iri nani.
Right.
And you've identified things that would definitely work. I just want to see how much proximity you would need.
Right. Okay. Cooksman, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard the question, but I'm still pondering on one thing. Is Sister Mercy asking kuti at that time, or is she saying now?
Mercy.
Also, you are reflective about the sentiment you expressed about ZANU as well.
No, I'm actually saying, when I mentioned the issue of my project, this was in 2021, right?
So the dream hasn't died.
Maybe I didn't hear your question well.
That dream has not died, has it?
Yes,
It hasn't died. The sentiment you said about ZANU and the possibilities, these benefits by proxy, are recent sentiments, isn't it? So
Yes,
now
they
I'm
are.
saying put the two together and say, kana zviri nani with ZANU? Do an analysis for me to say how much proximity would get this dream that you have to happen with ZANU. What is the proximity level that you need?
I think at my level, right? It would be all about bootlicking Chigananda weakness. You know, can write a nice song, nice lyrics, a nice video, and I would believe that kana kanakirwa chete ka aigona kuti amukomana uya kuno kaako aka kana kafortune aka neka 100,000 inenge yakatowandisa. So I would say that would be enough. Handitomboduswa kuna ED because tiri kuziva kuri kubuda mari izvezvi. Kana tagwire ari panzara uyu ari kungokikwa kikwa uyu ukatsomutsikirira chaiko chaiko ukamufadza zvakanaka anogona kukuitira manice. Saka did I answer your question?
No, you did. And so now the ball is in your court. We can do a social experiment with you to see what ZANU Nani say. Do the things, because project is you're passionate about, and you really need these things to happen. I know you've got the talent here, Kusinga. Bootlicking is very easy. There's not very far to bend for weakness, So let's see how long it takes. And if you become a subject matter, maybe we'll have a different conversation later. I want to see how long it takes, the amount of effort in bootlicking that you'd have to put. The question later on would be to say, would the same amount of energy would not have worked if you really fought for real freedom?
Right. All right, Mercy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Ango Jed, maybe just to
Mhm.
clarify one thing. When I mentioned about my project, I mentioned it maybe semunhu asina nyanyudzidza kuda zvanenge ndichitaura zvinenge zvisinganyatsonomeka sense. Ndataura kuti chakazondipa shungu dzekuti ndive active
Yes.
in politics. Pandakanga ndichiita zvinhu zvangu, ndakainda pane dzimwe nzvimbo dzandakaona kuti as long as tisina government yakanaka muZimbabwe, a mere person like me haakwanise kusvika paanobudirira. That's when I thought kuti I should be active in politics, and I said, ndakati chii chandingaita kuti ndiparticipatewo mupolitics. And by that time, I felt like Nelson Chamisa was the best person I could support, and I did supported him. So I don't know hangu mabatanzira aita sister Masi izvozvo nezvizvi. Then when I talked about zvekuti right now it feels much better, it was more of a comparison of practical benefits, not moral endorsement. So ndiri kuzama kungofananidza, it was, handizi kuti ndingariti chii, maybe vanoziva chirungu. Ndaizama kuratidza kuti right now munhu wese anosapota opposition even nemwoyo wese haana chaari kuzonowana pakupera kwezuva, because even chero ukavhotera munhu waunoti uyu ndiwe MP wangu, anosvika kuparliament kwacho orikolewa. Handiti chatinoita isu kana tiri kuopposition tichivhotera vanhu, shungu dzedu ndedzekuti dai tava negovernment itsva inokwanisa kuisa zvinhu in place, then tozvishandira nemaoko edu. It wasn't necessarily meaning that I wish to join ZANU-PF. So maybe the way I put it, zvakaita kuti vanhu vakawanda
Because
I want to
when you put it like we say right now, it honestly feels like being in ZANU-PF is better than being part of any opposition political party in Zimbabwe. So this right now, what is it that is going on in ZANU-PF that makes you feel that it's better at this moment in time to belong to ZANU-PF? So, what is it, that is exceptional about ZANU-PF? What is it that they're doing, in ZANU-PF, or probably you've witnessed, something? Maybe people, you've mentioned, the issue of weakness viral. So probably people are looking. People might say, "Oh, so probably your views are now being informed by the fact that weakness viral. If he just reads what he likes, I'm going to achieve, with that, they end up, giving you something, etc." So I don't know. Do you understand how that might come out? Or what one might think as a result of reading that.
Yes, I do
Right,
understand it. If you remember the 40,000 saga, Yema MP, that was ZANU-PF in action. And that should tell you a lot.
right.
So basically zvandiri kutaura ndezvekuti right now munhu wese ari interlinked nezano akamutsa-mutsa chaichai. Vaunoona vese zvima-MP zvekuopposition zviri muparliament zvakatora ma40,000 zvezvo. Ndo vanhu vakamutsa vakaenda kuzano vakanodya bhegi vaya. Ndo pane point yangu kuti right now kana wakamutsa chaiko chaiko ka, because at the end of the day politics idzi handidi kuona munhu anouya panapa achindinyebera kuti kwai unoita politics just for goodwill. Inhema. Politics idzi maitiro atinodziita shungu dzedu, whether uri kudziitira kuti uri kuopposition kana uri kuzano. Shungu ndedzekuti at the end of the day ngatiwane seipapo apa kana pakapinda lese vana Chamisa ivava kana hurumende inenge yapinda nyuwani ikaita zvinhu zvayo zvakanaka. I know very well kuti vanhu vakawanda vakaenda kudiaspora because they wanted to get good salaries vanodzoka munyika nokuti pamwe mabasa anenge akuwanikwa ari kubhadhara zviri decent, right? Mabenefits iwayo anouya nepolitics, anouya neinvolvement yako neni pakupinza hurumende. Saka hapana munhu anoda kundudza kuti panapa aiwa politics tinotodziita because directly or indirectly dzinotiaffecta kana dzinokwanisa kuti
right. Saka vanhu vachara kuti politics is bread and butter issues of every day. So maybe I sort of understand where you're coming from. But anyway, regating the next speaker. I see Advocate Herbert, you have been added. Advocate, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Muriseko mkoma Gerard.
Mushe.
Did right. Thanks so much for the wonderful spaces always.
No, you're welcome. Right. So you can fire away, the question. You can engage with Cooksman.
Thank you so much. I'll be as brief as possible. Young man, Cooksman, I would like to congratulate you. I think it's very brave of you. And it's very brave of you. I think ndiri kunzwisisa zvauri kutaura and pamwe unondicorrect kana ndisiri kunzwisisa. The last conversation yamabva kuita manje sokuti tiri kune vanhu vanogona kuti vanopinda chechi vaya dzinoti hatinwi doro kana kuti hatiende kubhawa and asi kuti doro rakashata. Asi vobva vapa muenzaniso wekuti vanhu vari kubhawa vane rudo, zvidhakwa zvine rudo kupfuura isusu tiri muchechi dzisinganwi doro. Dai tanga taita rudo ruri kubhawa. Hausi kuti iwewe uda kuenda kubhawa, asi you are juxtaposing vanhu vari the other side muchikombera kuti taigona kudzidzawo parudo rwavo vari kusaidi kwavo ikoko isusu tiri kunoko. Ndo manzwisiro andiri kuita matsanangura auri kuita. Now nezuro tiri paspace yawakajoina yandakapa muenzaniso wekuti vaChamisa vakaitwa accused naJealous Mawarire of receiving 20 million US. Ndokubva ndati inini hazvina kunaka kuti vaChamisa vakapumwa navaMawarire kuti vakagamuchira bribery vakaramba vakanyarara, nekuti takaona zvakaitika pana Fadzai Mahere kuti immediately akaita sue zvichiratidza kuti suing yake airamba mhosva yakanga apiwa. Now reaction yakaita wakaiona. Now mubvunzo wangu ndewekuti you said wanga uri toxicity, opposition politics toxicity, and having written what you wrote, unofunga here kana kuti haufunge here kuti from the responses that have been given by Nelson Chamisa followers or sympathizers, they've actually confirmed the toxicity that you were talking about in their responses. Iwo uchiti muri toxic triple C kana mafollowers aChamisa ari toxic. Have they actually confirmed what you were claiming, or they've proven you wrong? Ndatenda.
Right. Thank you very much. Did you hear that, Cooksman?
Yeah, I did. Greetings, Advocate Herbert. Yeah, this is not a new thing, and I think we inherited this from ZANU-PF. So this is something probably chichatinetsa kubvisa. I thank God ndarumuka patoxicity right now. Chero munhu akandituka, chero akanditi chii, vamwe vanoti ndiri ngochani because ndakamboekta ndakapfeka kadrezi, vamwe vanotaura zvavanotaura, hazvindirwadze. Why? Because ndakambenge ndakadaro. Inini hangu zvaindinakidza, inini I could sometimes do it for vibes, you know, because waiti ukagadzira post yako wakanyatsotsikirira kana ari hwende uya uya kana kuti anyone wekuopposition waunenge wakangomaka ukanyatsomugara zvakanaka chaiko chaiko, yaiswera yakanuna nevanhu vachikomenda. Saka zvaingondinakidza izvozvo izvo. So vanhu vanoitira toxicity for different reasons. Then kwozotoitawo vamwe vanhu vekuti vatori netsika yekuti chero mureal life havadi kutsiurwa, not knowing kuti kutsiurana kuya kwatinoita kunotibatsira kuti uve negrowth. Kana ukaudzwawo kunzi matauriro auri kuita haasi right, it doesn't necessarily mean kuti munhu anokuvenga. Zvinogona kunge zvichirwadza, yes, but zvinobatsira because kana uri munhu anogona kuita reflect on your behavior kana whatever zvezvo zvaunenge watsiurwa for, unokwanisa kutochinja. Saka inini zvangu kuva toxic, opposition kuri toxic, that I can guarantee you very very toxic. Nhasi chaiko chaiko angojedza vakangovhura space yakanzi nekatopic kanoita kunge karoda kuscrutinize Chamisa, hanoswera kunzi musiyai iwowo, waona. Saka izvi inini ndazvijaira, inini handina problem nazvo izvi, ndazvijaira, ndaimbozviita, and I don't have a problem with people who do that kwandiri, at least kwandiri, because it's more like a favor yakudzorerwa.
Sorry, Coxman, can you enlighten us in your own understanding? Kuti kana uchiti toxic urugureve, how do you define it?
For instance, Titus, my brother, how are you? Zvinhu zvandataura zvose, ndinoona maresponses akanzi ari kuda akwa, wakatobhadharwa, wakatengwa. And the sad thing is that unochitori nezvimabhiu zvako zviri kutoshota kuti vanhu ava vanodaro nei. Dai paitova nemunhu anondilinga mukoto wacho kuti unopiwa mari, handaitonopihwa, because munhu ari kuuya achiti wakatengwa because wangotaura chete kuti iyi maitikiro ari kuita zvinhu izvi handiafariri. I think that's toxicity, because you cannot then shut down everyone anokwanisa kucriticize a leader, even let's say within muparty or even chero achibva kunze, nekuti hanzi kwai watengwa kana kuti zvazodai. Maybe chinenge chida kuitwa ndechekuti kana ndaraiza issue yandenge ndaraiza, munhu andipindure respectively zvichienderana nezvandiri kutaura nezvazvo, kwete kuzonzi hanzi akatengwa, enda kuzano zvakanaka, chino. I feel like that's toxicity, my brother.
All right, no, that's fine. I just wanted a clarity, but that's okay. Yeah, Uncle, we can go to the next.
Right. My brother, how are you doing?
I'm very good. How are you, Gerard?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, right. Gerard. Thank you, Titus, and thank you to the fellow listeners, and welcome to the space, Cooksman. I have only one question for Cooksman. I've heard him talk about his hope that he could probably get an Aqua or a Fortuna I think that is not very difficult for him to get. However, I just want Cooksman to know that there are so many other people in ZANU-PF who are very poor. So many people, even those in high places who have nothing. And there is a reason why they are poor. Criticizing Nelson Chamisa, the manner in which he has done, I've listened to it very, attentively. It's very easy to criticize somebody. But for you to be able to criticize somebody, you got to be better than them. Cooksman, my friend, I want you to be aware of the fact that the account that you are using right now is not even the account you used to use before. There is a reason why that happened. The business that you were running in Joburg, that you are no longer running now, there is a reason why it happened that way. It was not Nelson Chamisa that caused that. So I just want to ask you a question. Why are you lying to these Zimbabweans who are here about Nelson Chamisa? Why are you lying to them about almost everything that you are saying right here? Because I know that you are lying and you know what I'm talking about. But I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Right. Ngoba Cooksman, I know nothing about what Mkomaholo is saying, so maybe I might need, to have a deeper understanding or to have more. But I'm not that too inquisitive. But I'll just allow you, to respond. Zvomakuhwa ndakasvira kufacebook ndikaenda ndatoenda kuseri kuti komkomahulu tipewo the lowdown. But anyway, that is not who I am at the present moment. But Mkoma Cooksman, please take the mic.
Yeah, it's giving vibes. Panama vibes as Ruguba, and I kind of picked up where he might have, or maybe where he's getting that. But however, I think it's kind of disappointing to be lectured on how to support Nelson Chamisa with a ZANU PF person that just I don't know why he stopped supporting ZANU PF. He was he was one of the most person that could say anything to criticize Nelson Chamisa. And my brother Hulu, let me tell you this. You may try whatever that you try, you may hold spaces, you can do what you are doing, but Chamisa in his heart, if he was to approve either you or me, even now, after I've said this, I think he would still choose me because I believe that he understands me much more better than you because you have been a ZANU-PF member. You have been criticizing him based on hatred, not just facts. And just now, you stop supporting ZANU-PF because I think because your mother, akatorerwa farm and all that, probably that's why you stop supporting ZANU-PF. And all of a sudden, you are now a Chamisa's favorite. I'm not, uh, disagreeing with Chamisa based on hatred. I'm disagreeing him based on ideology. And you cannot wash that away with a statement on a space, my guy, unfortunately. And I don't need to say anything. Right now, what I'm saying is just for people who are here, not for NC. NC has my number. If he wants to talk to me, he can call me now. He knows my heart. He knows my position. He knows why I'm so frustrated because I've said this to him and Ansquita Makua. You know what I mean? So anyway, if probably Ango Jed, you can allow him because when people say things like this, it's very, very important probably for the same people to get clarification. If you may allow Hulu, if he has got the details of why I'm no longer using the same account, or I don't know what he was talking about the business, maybe the audience might need to know if that is if you allow it as a host. But I don't see it necessary because I feel like it's kind of zvekungoda kudisrupta whatever that word, because it has got nothing to do. Zvandataura about Nelson, it's not a secret. zvinhu zvekutoti right now even vamwe vanhu they can concur with me and they can give examples, right? I didn't say Nelson akaba mari. I didn't say Nelson akaita. No, ndataura zvinhu zvakandidisappointa inini as a person. So there's no lying in that. You cannot prove lies pazvinhu zvandinofila inini as a person, because I didn't accuse Nelson Chamisa of any wrongdoing yekuti maybe he did this or that. So I don't know what lies he's
Right.
talking about.
My brother Ulu, if I can engage you, on that one. You said, why is he lying? I don't know if it, I mean, I don't know if you want to add more meat, to that. Just, so that,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jared. Cooksman, just yesterday or the day before yesterday, you spoke to somebody and you told them something which was a lie. Is it a no or is it a yes? Do you want me to explain?
Can you give me the name of the person?
The person is here on the space. You spoke to them.
Give me the name. Give me the name.
They are not on the speakers, but I'm just. You have just
I
forgotten.
said give
You
me
have
the
just
name
forgotten.
of the person so I can confirm.
So you
to
have just forgotten in 12 hours.
Oh, Uncle Jed, I think we are just running.
Right.
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. I think I think let us
Okay,
leave
that's
it.
fine, Gerard. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Thank you very
He
much.
knows
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Oh,
But it's fine. Thanks, Gerard. I do
okay.
not want to expose him on a big space like this. I can only say thank you, Gerard. Thank you, Cooksman. But you know exactly the truth that I'm talking about. Thank you.
Okay, Uncle Gerard, let me just probably say this. Hulu, I can see these days you're on fire, my brother. You're holding spaces and you are somewhat really serious about bringing change.
Question.
And what? Listen. What I want you to do, right? I'm giving you the authority. If you've got any details of what I would have done wrong, please, starting now, go and publish it. If you've got proof and everything, don't waste time. These people, the reason why I'm speaking out is because I'm sick and tired of lies. I'm sick and tired of people who do this stupid politics of lying to people. And I cannot be here speaking, condemning other people of lying. Why least you know that I'm lying? Publish everything that you say I'm lying about. And I'll be happy for people to judge me accordingly. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerard. Thank you. I think I'll end it at that.
Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Right, my sister Rimba, how are you?
I'm trying to not laugh too much. How are you? Hey, Titus. What do you say? Okay, I'm gonna do quick fire questions, Kutzman, if that's all right. How are you doing?
I'm good, sweetheart.
I'm good. Long time. So, quick question. I really just wanted to ask from a genuine place. How is your mental health? How are you doing?
I'm completely fine, Rovimbo. I'm
Okay,
good.
that's good. So, quick question. You just said now that obviously you are done with lies, and one of the statements that you made is you think at this point it's actually better to join ZANU PF. We do know that ZANU PF is one of the biggest lying machines we have in Zimbabwe. So, if you're trying to move away from lies, then why would you go to a party that we know is an instrument of all lies in Zimbabwe?
Okay. Maybe if I don't know, let me do this. Maybe I'm missing something. I want to reread my statement. maybe I wrote it while you asked me about my mental health, and it's quite concerning. So let me reread my my statement. Right, I said right now it honestly feels like being in ZANU-PF is better than being part of any opposition political party in Zimbabwe. Maybe let me stop there and clarify why. The reason why maybe you will tell me your reason of supporting political parties. I'll tell you my reasons, right? The reason I even mentioned it here, the reason why I supported Nelson Chamisa, or the reason why I've been supporting, or why I would support an opposition party, is because I know very well that I'm a business person. And I'm a person who have understood that for any nation to succeed, for any person in a nation to succeed, there must be good governance. You talk of education, you talk of sports, you talk of entertainment. For anyone to excel.
So
The
just
reason why most
sorry
of
to
you
interrupt
here,
you, just to clarify so that we're all on the same page. So are you saying that ZANU PF is better? So going back to the statement that you wrote, which was it feels, which is, and I want to capture this correctly. It feels that being in ZANU PF is better. And you're saying now that the reason why you would support
no, finish it, complete it, Rubimbo. Don't just end at ZANU PF, complete it.
let
That's a
me
complete
let me go back. Let me because I was going verbatim from what you had just said.
I can read it for you because I have
Okay,
it
I've
here.
got it now. So right now, it honestly
Yes.
feels like being in ZANU PF is better than being part of any opposition political party. And you've just highlighted a party in Zimbabwe. And you've just highlighted right now that one of the things that you're obviously looking at is governance, good education, etc. So when you look at opposition versus ZANU PF, are you then asserting here that actually, yes, it is better to be in ZANU PF because they've got good governance in education, in business, and in finance?
No, I think like now I understand why people um you know getting this all wrong. It's because you guys read like Zimbabweans. I've noticed that there is this element of knowing it all, to the extent that in everything that someone says, you have to find something.
No, Kutzman,
Yokuti
that's not
unozosvika
what's going
no,
on.
no,
I'm
no.
literally just,
Okay,
I like you, Kutzman. I'm genuinely trying to
look.
understand here as
No,
well.
no, no, no. Now, listen, my sister. Now I'm not talking to you only, but I'm talking to everyone, because it's not only you only. Angachino ipapo obva ati saka iwe uri kuti zanu yakanaka. No, that's not what I said. I said, as we support ZANU PF, right now we've got two people. One supports ZANU PF, one supports the opposition. If you ask those people, why do you support ZANU PF? They'll tell you that ndakawana munda. If you ask them, why do you support ZANU PF? Anokudza kuti ndine claim yemine yandikuchera. If you ask the other, why do you support opposition? He will tell you, or she will tell you, that I feel that, or I believe that if the opposition gets into government, things will be better. That must show you that these people expect something from their political parties. But right now, whoever is supporting opposition, people are being shortchanged. What do you get for supporting opposition in Zimbabwe? Nothing. These people get to these parliaments, they get 40,000. What do you get? Nothing. What do I get? Nelson Chamisa himself and the people around him, they are leaders of an opposition political party. They get money from non-government organizations, non-profit, whatever, or they get from well-wishers. They get from this and that. It is what it is. That's the nature of politics. The next thing is driving GD6. What do I get as a supporter? Because if I vote for a parliamentarian, the next thing Chabangu rises up, he says, I'm the owner of the political party. Nelson Chamisa's, anotiza. What's your party? We are indasara handisina anondimirira muparliament. Kana ari makanzura, no one is holding those people accountable. They get into those councils, they start stealing. When was the last time yakanzwa kuti munhu weku opposition akadzingwa na leader wake because they've been misappropriating funds? When was the last time you heard that? Which project can you point to me right now is being fast-tracked by the opposition to say it's benefiting such and such community? So I can't have a political party that I support for vibes. No, I'm not that dumb.
But my
Because
follow up,
politics in
sorry again to interrupt, because I'm aware I don't have enough time.
Yeah,
So
I think we have.
I want to follow a last follow up question, because Cooksman, and I did say this earlier, that Cooksman, I had a conversation with you early last year, and I know you were disgruntled, and I can vouch for you to the degree of saying, look, I've heard a lot of young people like yourself saying, Kutuzoni, we've been disappointed by Chamisa. They've, said things to me privately. So what you're saying to me, I really do get. But where I'm hoping you could then clarify for us is it a must that an individual, because I don't have a party I belong to. I say I don't support anybody, but I just want to see change in Zimbabwe. Do we have to follow a party? And when we are then saying that our ruling party, which we know has killed many of us, I blame them for the death of my father, and I talk about this all the time. So can we then turn around and say that ZANU PF is better, or can we just say we don't have good party here? Let's actually create something new. You're a creative, Cooksman. Why are you not creating something new for yourself?
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, my sister. If I can give you the opportunity to speak, and then we move on, to other. But thank you very much. Appreciate it. Cooksman, do you want to respond to that, and then I'll bring in a new speaker?
Okay, thank you very much, Uncle. My sister Rubimbo. I think I've mentioned it earlier on that it shouldn't get to the point where zvinozongonzi tanga yako party. No. Inini zvangu personally, I don't accept that, and I will never accept that. I'll speak as long as I'm breathing. I'll speak, and I know that kutaura kwangu kana kuri kwechokwadi Mwari ndo vanoziva. Kana wandiri kutaurira iyeye ariwo pachokwadi achagamuchira zvandinotaura. Handifungidzire kuti, because right now izvendiri ndikanzi ndatanga party inini, honestly, really, why should I start? Like, we've got someone atori nemamwe ma characteristics, because Nelson Chamisa, I'm not necessarily I'm not entirely writing off Nelson Chamisa. That's what people should understand. He has got other characteristics that we need in our current setup of politics in Zimbabwe. So just I think it would be unfair to say Nelson Chamisa because ane zvaari kufaila aite. Nelson Chamisa anotoita chaari kungotoda kutoudzwa, and then chatomuudza kusvika atochinja. Kana asingadi achazosvika pakutosiya.
Yeah, Paraipa. No, thanks for that, Cooksman. Thanks for that. Just a quick one before I go to the next one, Kungoti. I believe Cooksman, I think you used to say the same, Kuti. People can actually support a party just because, they want justice, they want democracy, they want freedom, they want accountability and all those things. We obviously have had people that they've suffered, people that have been jailed, people that have been beaten, but not because they were chasing positions or they were chasing pecs, but because they just wanted a better future for everyone, not just themselves. So it's just the point when people actually support, they're after something. But anyway, it's just a point to ponder. But anyway, let's go to the next one. Smatters, how are you, my brother?
Thank you, everyone on this space. It's been a minute, my brother Titus. So thank you so much. I was on my sabbatical, but I decided to come back, especially today that Cooksman decided to be objective. So he said he wants to move away from toxic politics, right? He wants to join Hopewell and other people that he believes are objective. I think that's what attracted me to this space. So, Cooksman, I'm going to ask you an objective question with the hope and expectation that you also give me an objective response. Is that okay with you, my brother?
Yes, it is, my brother. How are you?
Good, man. Good to see you. All right. So I'll give you background. I'm getting this background from your statement. Let's start with the accusations. So you accused Nelson Chamisa of walking away when it mattered the most. And I'll give you the reasons that you cited, or I'll give you reasons to corroborate this. So you said in your statement, MPs were being recalled left, right, and center. Nelson Chamisa did nothing. So please underscore, he did nothing. Then when ED connived with Zach to rig the election, again, Chamisa did nothing, right? Let's underline the word nothing there, right? Then you spoke about no ambiguity. Someone came in the form of Chabangu, took over the political part. Nelson Chamisa did nothing, right? So these are examples. So which means now we do have a Chamisa who is very good at doing nothing as far as your statement is concerned. So now you have decided to join the bandwagon of critics. I'll call them like that. And men of whom they've built their entire brands just based on banishing Chamisa, right? So they've built names. And after you've done that, Cooksman, you are expecting Chamisa to pick up his phone and call you. Why? That's the first question, right? Because this Chamisa that you have described as someone, even after he lost, man, the position of being the chief executive officer of this big conglomerate called Zimbabwe, he did nothing. But now that Cooksman, right? I don't want to put a value to you because you are my good brother and I still respect you. You expect him to pick his phone and call you Cooksman because you issued a statement. So the question is, what is it that you're bringing to the table? I know you said you speak to youths, you have influence. I've not seen that influence, to be honest, and I've worked with you. So maybe since now we are dealing with objective things, you can help us and say, okay, in terms of, I know your contribution on the ground in the election, you went there, you tried to defend the vote. You had limitations in terms of transportation, so you couldn't cover as much polling stations as you could, and you could not stop even ZANU-PF from stealing the election. So what is it that you are bringing to the table that you would expect Chamisa, where's the history of doing nothing, to give you a call, right? I think if you could just respond to me on that. I do have a follow-up question if the hosts are going to allow me, but maybe if you could help me with that, Cooksman. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question, smart as my brother. I think mabata nyaya yekufona ndichitaura na Hulu, and because when Hulu paauya panapa, he tried to present himself as someone who knows much about me and my relationship with NC. So I was trying to kind of show him that throughout the period yandaitaura na Chamisa, we have developed a relationship that is not just about politics, but more of a brother, big brother and a little brother. So, knowing him, Chamisa is one type of a person that I can give him. Munhu wekuti handizi kuti ndoti haazvikudze here. There was a time that I said something to him that I wasn't happy about. He never stopped calling me, just sometimes just to check up on me. Would he say, "Wadi mpanam," you know what I mean? So ndandichingozama kuratidza hulu, not kuti ndandichizviti ndakakosha zvokuti Chamisa anofanira kundifonera, no. Ndaizama kuratidza hulu kuti if taigona kuiswa apa iye neni, I would think that even ndataura zvandiri kutaura right now zvinogona kunge zvitombohwa Chamisa wacho, he would prefer calling me than hulu. Probably hamuna kunge mapanzwa ipapo, but it wasn't necessarily meaning kuti inini I'm so much important zvokuti Chamisa angandifonera. No, I'm just a nobody. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Okay, that's fine. So that statement, was it addressed at to Chamisa, to Hopewell, to us, and based on the response that you have just given me here, right? Because about Chamisa calling you, you were not just responding to Hulu, right? It's something that you have said and you have repeated yourself, speaking to the proximity, your relationship with Chamisa, the fact that, he has your phone number, but this time around you didn't call him, right? But he has your phone number. He's always checking on you. I don't know if you do the same as well. So now, which brings me to my follow-up question, my brother. So if you could be honest to each other, since we want to be objective, right? We don't want politics of ranga, if I'm going to use Monzora's words, but rational disputation. Let's have a rational disputation. Is this about seeking accountability from Chamisa, or you're seeking relevance from his critics?
Well, I would say it's seeking accountability.
From who?
Let me clarify myself there. You see, there's this conviction that I always get. As you have said, we have worked together. I've worked with NC, I've worked with a lot of people. And I feel like even myself, I can mention a lot of things that I think I should have improved or I should improve. So in that same manner, I also feel that in as much as I can today record a voice note or send a message direct to NC, but I feel that at some point, if I would probably, because what I know that I'm not just now I'm not just a cooksman, but pane chakatovakika nekuzikanwa kwandakaita nezvandaimbomirira panguva iyoyo. And I felt like, or I always feel like I've got a voice that should speak. And whatever that I'm speaking, there will be always 1, 2, or 3 people who can resonate with me, who can demand the same answers that I want. And I believe with whatever that I'm doing, it will somehow provoke mamwe mafungiro either muna Chamisa kana kuti whoever achafunga kuzopinda mupolitics ari opposition leader. Ndo inini zvangu handisi kutsvaka relevance koma smartest, because handifunge kuti zvinondipa relevance kana ndakuruza vanhu vakaita kunge imimi, because I know for a fact there are a lot of people who used to respect me because I have been a Chamisa cheerleader who no longer respect me the same way. So relevance yacho haina zvainondibatsira. Actually, I know that this is a minus in terms of support or whatever. Vanhu vandaiwirira now, this is a minus. A lot of people right now, if you check even my comments, I even vari kutoti kumufana uyu nguva yese tasingazivi kuti akadai, vamwe vari kuti mutengesi. But this is coming from a heart inoshuva kuti dai paitika zvimwe zvinhu. Maybe ndini ndisati ndakuona kuti maybe maonero andiri kuita ndikufunga kuti ari correct, but pari zvino ndikufunga kuti ari
Thanks, Cooksman. Maybe my last point. So you mentioned that we've come a long way. We have worked together. Maybe if you could confirm on the space that through the help that we extended to you, we never got to a point where we bought you a car. Is that a yes or no?
Yes, you never.
We couldn't buy you a car, right?
Yes.
And we could not.
Not you couldn't.
No, we couldn't.
No,
Those
no,
we
no,
tried.
Was he looking for
We
a
tried,
car?
we couldn't. Oh, hold on, let me land. And we could not extend a mining claim to you, Coxman. Is that correct?
Now I feel like that those are not relevant.
No, they are relevant. You see the relevance. Did we give you a mining claim?
Would you just go straight to the
But
your
it's
question?
a question, Coxman. There's no reason for you to be emotional about it. It's just a simple question.
I never wanted a car from you. I never wanted a mining claim from you.
Right. Yet you can get a claim or a car from ZANU PF, right?
If I want to, I can.
No, not if you want to. How much influence do you have in ZANU PF that today, if you walk into the Shek building, you can walk away with a car and a mining claim? How much influence do you have? I'm interested in knowing that.
I've got so much influence, more than Enzo Aishao.
Okay.
Or more than all those other guys that you've been seeing being propped up by ZANU.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. So thank you so much, Cooksman. I think you have answered my questions. I just wanted you to be clear on those points. Ango, thanks. Titus, cheers.
Right. No. Okay, go ahead, Uncle.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Pardon.
I want to close my mic.
Okay, that's fine. Somebody dropped. I thought somebody had been added. You added somebody, right? I'll take somebody from ZANU-PF to ask their question. Okay, Padari, please, I believe you've got a question for Cooksman.
I see why these people are beneath your thought, Mfane. The way this guy has just come up to try to be wise. You actually
Padari, let's ask
Mira,
a question.
I mean, it's a question.
No, but please,
No,
please
but
ask
it,
a question.
wait. Cooksman, wait, let me ask him a question. Wakutoti Varidzira.
Please do.
He was being attacked, but you're not protecting him. But I'm asking him a thing and give him a compliment for why he is good and why he needs to come to Zanupia because he's great. Because he's just pushed away the biggest voices of the opposition right in our faces here, right in our faces. This kid, this young man is excellent in the way you're articulating. Cooksman, I'm not asking you to come to ZANU PF, but I'm asking you to remain as principled as you are in answering these questions. I've actually bought a blue tick if you can check on your status. Not because I want you to come to SANU PF, but because I'm impressed, extremely impressed by you and the principles and the value you stand for. You're fact checking your leader and say, does he do this? You're also not saying the greatest things about ZANU PF. You've been a critique of all these things, but you are principled in your manner, in the way you have done here. And you have shown these faces here that they are not worth your time. I'm telling you the truth. If you go back to the same port Nana Smatazawa, you are wasting your time because you have shown him in front of 500 people that you are above and beyond the education that he thinks he holds by trying to bring you down in a sarcastic way. Well done, young man. Keep doing what you're doing. Hold people to account. Hopefully, one day the Lord will bless you to be an MP or a person of influence because your intelligence, you are deep. You are deep. It's not about cars. But if those things come your way, grab them because they belong to you. It does not matter Zaba Kupi, Zaba Kunani. It will be your wish, it will be your move, and you're showing these guys that they are said. You will see after this space how much of yourself you will be. Happiness. Because you're not going to be stressed, you're not going to be toxic, people are not going to be abusing you, people are not going to be saying things about you, but you'll be owning your own space because you have thrown all the hate, you have thrown all the toxicity away, and you
Are we
remain
getting a question
as
here?
Taxman. Taxman, my question is, keep doing what you're doing because you are
That's not
good
a
at what you
question,
do.
Iwe. I have
Yeah,
a question.
ndidofo ndaganimuudze ndo question yangu. Iya achatipindura. Keep doing
Hayi
aiwa
Mumira, Amira
uri
said, wait,
kuzoona
wait,
ka
wait, wait, wait.
andiri kuona ka toxicity
Wait.
yacho ndati keep doing what you are doing and may the Lord bless you, greatly bless you with greater wisdom to push away fools that I've just seen on this space. Thank you. Many thanks.
Yes. No question there, Cooksman. I don't think. Do you want to respond?
No, what can I respond to? There
Thank
was
you.
no question.
10. Can you please come through?
Thank you, commentators. Uncle Jed, I hope you're well. Cooksman, I hope you're well. And listeners, I hope you're all well. I just wanted to say, Goody, there's nothing wrong in asking for transparency, Cooksman, which is fair and fine. There's nothing wrong with, you know, being like with some of the questions that you have. There's nothing wrong with that at all. You are one person who was on the ground. Some of us here were not on the ground, although we did play a part, but you risked your life to go there and to go and help the party. But for me personally, and I'd like to believe you're someone that has a good heart. In any personally, for you then to compare maybe the opposition and ZANU PF, or maybe Chamisa and ED, which we can say at the end of the day, those are the heads of the parties, and those are the ones that made the decisions. So for you to then now compare Chamisa and ZANU and ED or ZANU PF and the opposition as in Triple C, or MDC, which was led by President at the time, that Triple C, at the time that you were on the ground, with all that ZANU-PF has done to the people, human rights abuses, and the way the country is being run, how does that make you feel? And do you still stand by your statement? You go compare ZANU-PF and the opposition. Could it's better to join ZANU-PF? And yeah, I'll leave it there.
Right.
Go ahead, Cooks.
Yeah, Cooksman, go ahead, please.
Okay, I think I'll reiterate this once again. My brother 10, here's the thing. I didn't necessarily mean that ZANU-PF is good, but I was saying the opposition is useless. So my statement yanga ichinyanya kuda kujekesa kuti isusu sevanhu vanotsigira opposition, you know, ndoda kumbokupai mufananidzo wandinogara ofunga nezvawo unondidya mwoyo zvisingaiti. Tine vanhu, ndinoverenga bhaibheri, ndotarisa zvinotaura bhaibheri, even kuvanhu vanga vafanana naAbhurahamu. Kune vhesi iri mubhaibheri inoti zvakanaka ndezvevana vaJehovha. But right now if you look at vanhu vatiinavo right now vanonamata Mwari mweya nemuzokwadi, they suffer. Most of them they are always sick. Woenda kumbavha inogona kunge ichiba mari kana zviya zvekubhomba mota zviya, kana ivo vekuzani vava hachirware hachiite sei chogara chiri chigwindiri chichiwana zvachinoda chichitoya chichitishainira. Ndosvika pakuzvibvunza kuti saka ari nani ndeupi? Ndine munhu wekuti anotadzira Mwari sekuziva kwatinoita kuti chatei chiti kutadzira Mwari chii, achiita zvaanoda, he lives as he wishes. Iwe uri kuzvichengetedza dignity uchiita sei uchida kushandira Mwari mweya nomuzvokwadi? Haubi, you want to work uchida kushanda zviri honest. Asi ndiwe munhu unotowanikwa matambudziko akati soma soma neweso. Saka ndogara ndichingobvunzawo Mwari havasati vandipindura kuti why is it like that? Because kana ndichinzwisisa magwaro, kana ndichinzwisisa even vanhu vekare vana Abrahamu, munhu wese aitenda Mwari, paiva nesaini yekuratidza kuti Mwari ari kufamba naye. Kana ikasava iri yemetiro yekuti ipfuma, sometimes yanga iri yemweya mutsvene, pamwe pacho yanga iri yekutoti anenge ane masuper powers ekuita zvimwe zvinhu. So ndiri kutaurei, ndiri kuti vekuzanu ndambozvitaura ndikati munhu wese anosapota zanu asina chaanowana akapusa. The reason why muchizoona vamwe vachiuya vachipupa furo vachiti zanu yakanaka, it's because somehow they are benefiting. But inini semunhu ari kusapota opposition, what is it that I'm benefiting? Nothing. It's just scars, pains. You think of opposition, you think about, the moment you start thinking about opposition, you will be reminded about someone who was killed for supporting the opposition. That's all the memories that we have. The moment you mention opposition in Zimbabwe, it's all about crying, it's all about problems, it's all about someone who was killed for supporting opposition. And I think that's not how it should be. There should be something good that people should talk about and be proud of being members of the opposition. That was my point. Unfortunately, probably with the way that I've put it, a lot of people ended up thinking I was saying otherwise. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Cooksman. Belinda, please come through. Taswera, all right.
Mute, just a quick question kuna Cooksman. Kuti na mangwana chivhaya kakuti zvoni pana ndakukupa mota kana nemari anenge ataura uri kuitambira here kana kuti aiwa, knowing very well kuti mari dzake hadzinzwisisike kuti dzabva kupi. So that's all I needed to ask. Kuti mangwana chaiye kana anytime soon tikanzwa kwakuiswa social media kunzi autorwa kuofwa mota kana nechi unoitambira here kana kuti aiwa. That's all.
Go ahead, Cooksman.
Well, that's a tricky one, eh? That's a very tricky one. Here's the thing, my sister Belinda. I don't want to lie to you. Currently, my current position, I don't think I'll accept a car from Wicknell or probably from anyone from ZANU-PF. I'll give you my reasons. Uchiona ndichipupa kudai, shungu hadzisi dzekuti ndipuwe mota. Shungu ndedzekuti dai zvaibvira taita something and bring sanity in our country. My understanding is that ini ndogona kupiwa mota nhasi naWicknell, let's say kana une 250,000, but honestly inini probably ne vamwe vanhu 10 kana 15 vemhuri medu tinogona kubenefita. But how about the rest of the country? They will benefit nothing, right? So handizive kana ndakupindura.
All right, Cooksman, if he's offered a car right now, he's going to say no.
Aiwa, Kusman ana kunyatsopindura. Ati currently handikwanise kutoa ati pari tricky. Which means kuti ikauya zviri zvimwe pamwe unogona kuzochinja mind yako. Am I right to say boss hatipari tricky? Dangoti no from the onset kuti inini I will still maintain kugara kuma principles ange kuti handitambire zvinhu zvandisingwa kuti kuti mari iri kubva kupi, then handitori, but watipari tricky meaning kuti ukaofwa mari iri juicy unogona kukabira. Thank you.
Yeah, the reason why that currently Belinda, it's because from the way I'm assessing the situation in the Zimbabwean political spectrum. What if kukafuma kwane one party state unofunga ndoramba mota yeWicknell? Ndenda kuirambire chiiko kusina opposition. Saka ndopa ndikuzama kuda kutaurira kuti as long as there is room for me and other people to fight for a better Zimbabwe, I would never accept anything from ZANU-PF. But I think if you're someone with an eagle eye and seeing where this whole thing is going, you may somehow foresee kuti panogona kungofuma patonzi hakusina zveopposition muZimbabwe. Saka pakadaro mema kutamba inorira. Mune mucharwisana.
Right, no, that's answered. Thank you very much, Cooksman, for that response. Right, Gatende Remberi. Mwenders.
Movetas, how are you doing? Nyamashisha Murise, Cooksman Nurise Muningina. Before I ask anything, Mofu na Nyamashisha, I wanted to tell you outcome ya Japreja ku Toronto, Canada. That gig was a flop. They had 1/4 of the venue filled up, and the organizers they put pressure and the manager hotel, the other band members vakaneswa basement kune imwe city, so they are very disgruntled. Vari kucomplain kuti vakaiswa sei kubasement. So I think our Ngini our campaign for that gig to not to be nice, we achieved something. So that's I wanna. Before I went to Cooksman, there's one thing I want to say to Cooksman, that if you marry a woman, if she does nice thing for the family, everything, but the moment that woman akaita chipfambi, everything else that you have done that is good, it will be erased. You just divorce that woman. So myself, I'm not gonna ask any question. I'm just gonna give an advice to Cooksman that it's your democratic right to choose whatever you wanna choose, but you can preach how much you want. ZANU-PF is a murder. They are murderers. They are people who have made us suffer. They suffocate us. They are oppressors. And yourself, when you join those people, you are also an oppressor. You are a murderer. You don't sanitize yourself to be different. The moment you are with ZANU-PF, takutongoziva kuti ameno chinonzi zvimbwanana zvezveka, ameno totengesa kuti zvigandambanga, ameno ndosanga zvigananga, whatever. You are that class. As of today, when you declare that you are now ZANU-PF, We don't look at you as cooksmen, which we know who are fighting for the freedom of Ambuya Varikulo Tito. Right now, wangofanana nema MP or complain about, you are on the same level with the other MPs you are complaining about. Everything that you are complaining about, other people are not doing. Watofana now. So to yourself, you must understand when the voters, when the country, when it's voting, they voted 2 million. Yourself, we can allow you to go to ZANU PF, ask it mama vakaenda kuZANU PF, and she is now back. Tautongoti watongotizungairwa ezvinezvi haidzungu rauri kuita here
Aiwa ni
uchadzika
Mwendas. Mwendas,
aiwa
Mwendas.
tinofanira mutaura
Aiwa
chokwadi.
mira
Okay, I'm so okay, I withdraw that
come
statement.
on guys. Come on guys. No.
Okay,
No, no,
I
no, no,
withdraw that
no,
Yamashita.
no, 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 no,
I withdraw.
no,
But
no.
okay, I withdraw that. Okay,
Yeah,
but
he has
what?
not said Budizo he has joined ZANU-PF. I mean, has he
I
said that he's
I
now a
thought that
ZANU-PF member?
whenever you say ZANU PF is better, you are what was ZANU PF Nyamashita. Let's not hit him, Brian. Whatever.
No.
Yes.
I'm asking in terms of Kutizo, is he now a ZANU-PF member? Because
Yes,
many are
he
saying Budizo
is.
I join a ZANU-PF, but
Ukangopa credit ZANU PF. Wato ZANU PF ngini Nyamashita. You are no longer on the side of people who are fighting. The moment you give any credit to ZANU PF, which is oppressing us,
Mhm.
you are part of them. That's why you see Padare come here praising him. That's why there's a space which they have opened ku general chat that he is now a ZANU PF person. And I know Cooksman has been going to general chat. He has been arrow and propaganda. And I feel sorry for him. Here, Cooksman used to say that kuzanu PF unobviswa brain, wabviswa brain weswa ideology yezanu PF. Ndozvaitwa Zingeni Cooksman. He's tainted with ZANU PF. I'm sorry, and I feel sorry for you. When we come here and talk to you, we don't hate you, but we are just giving you advice that you are on the wrong side of the history of Zimbabwe. And trust me, we'll come back. Even Smarters, when I wrote my comments with Smarters, here's your boy. Smarters used to stand with you and we used to come and
Right.
support you from my space. And now I'm telling you, we don't regret. We did what we did that time. And we are sorry that you are wangu wapindwa nemuya wetsvina wezanu
Right.
PF. Sorry, Ako.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Mwendas. Advice yenyu ndofunga ainzwa advice yenyu. But anyway, regai tifambire mberi nechirongwa. Right. Can I bring injustice into the conversation? Guys,
Uncle
yes?
Gerard, if you may allow me,
Okay, go on.
I want to just say
Right.
something. You know, I'm someone with a very thick skin, and I can not, and I'll never take advice from cowards like Mwendas who think that sabotaging Japresa's show can remove ZANU PF. I'm a person who can go background kana zvadana. I'm not a coward. Everyone here who saw it fit to leave Zimbabwe and seek employment or a better life outside the country, I'm sorry to say, we are cowards. You are a coward. If you want to fix Zimbabwe, no donation will fix Zimbabwe. You have to be on the ground. I was there when the elections was happening. I witnessed something that I realized that no amount of man can fix this problem. This problem needs men. Vakazvipira anomira paground kuti hakuna fazi iri kuita nonsense ndiripo. Mwendas haibviswe nekupopota paspace. Haibviswe shungu dzese dzamuchaita paspace hadzibvise ZANU. Kana mada kubvisa ZANU, munofanira kudzoka kwamuri ikoko, mouya paground, tobatana varume toita sei. Saka handifi ndakaudzwa zvekuita nemakawadzi nembwende
Right, all right.
nevarume. Ina handisi mbwende.
Okay, Cooksman. I think it's now getting heated in another direction. Can we? I can. Okay, can we? Can we take it down a notch? Was surely Nina want a coward, Cooksman.
Let's just try to avoid getting
Yeah,
personal.
let's 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 bring it down a notch. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down a notch. Right, Justice. Do you want to come through?
Thank you, Uncle Jed and Move Titus, for hosting the space. Greetings, Cooksman, and everyone who participated. Yeah, just a comment. Maybe I'll ask you after that. Cooksman, I hear you, and I want to appreciate what Padare said. I think I concur with him that you have sounded very mature and intelligent in your presentation and your reasons. If you see that I can see that you are differing with Mwendas and other guys. Don't you think that it's possible as well in people in ZANU-PF to differ with each other the same way you are differing, not to paint them in the same brush that if you are ZANU-PF, you are this, you are that. And will you be able to say you have joined ZANU-PF? If you join ZANU-PF and you fail to get these perks that you are expecting or that you think you can get, will you be honest enough to come back and tell your colleagues that in ZANU-PF, they don't give perks the way I thought? Or you just make another excuse or something? Then I think it's misleading to believe that claims and farms and all that, it's something that only ZANU-PF can get. In reality, many people that are not even politicians, they have farms, they have mining claims, they are mining, they are in business. ZANU-PF is just or ZANU-PF affiliated business people are just a minority actually in the whole business community. So don't you think it's misleading to attach everything to do with business or are you doing well to political parties? And also in the opposition, I've asked this to Senator Komich, that with the budgets we have and controlling the councils, what is it that you have seen in the opposition that is excellent for you to remain being an opposition person? Many thanks.
Right, Cooksman, do you want to come in?
I'm sorry, Uncle Jed. Ndapedzisira kunzwa justice achitaura zvanga zviri zvechii, asi question yake ndainzwa.
Iyo ndoda kuti ndimupindure question. Yeah.
Ngoma justice inzwai nyaya iripo. Ndofunga muri kuona pari kutsviriridza panapa nyaya yekuti iwewe uri kuti ZANU-PF yakanaka kudarika opposition, zvinova zvisizvo zvandataura. Zuva randichasarudza kuenda kuZANU, mukoma justice, inde ndaya kuzoba, muzvizive izvozvo. Ndisina kuzochinja anything because ndinatsoziva kuti kuZANU hakuna chandochinja, hakuna chichachinjika. ZANU yakaora to the core. Kana ndakuda kuba chaiko chaiko kuti ndizvipfumise ini, noya kuZANU. The reason why I'm still supporting or why I supported the opposition is I still believe that if we can probably tikamutsana moyo tinogona kupusha kusvika palimit yekuti tichava nenew government muZimbabwe, and that new government we can hold it accountable. Nekuti zvaizvezvi kana even kuZANU kwacho muri vekuZANU munozviziva kuti you can't hold anyone accountable in ZANU-PF. And we can't have a government like that. That's the same reason why I'm complaining, because I feel like we are now having a culture whereby we worship politicians to an extent that we can't ask questions. If those same politicians becomes our leaders, like maybe a president or a member of parliament, you can ask them questions. But we should be at a position yekuti kana wakavhotera munhu, you must ask them kuti chiko chamuri kumboita, and they must respond. I don't know if I've answered you.
Sorry, maybe you missed what I asked. When you come to ZANU-PF with that impression that you are going to steal and find it impossible that you can't steal, will you come back and tell others here that what I thought is not the case? Many thanks.
I think I'm smarter than Weak Neochivayo. If Weak Neochivayo is managing it, I can't fail. Trust me.
All right, thank you very much.
Right, let's move on. Thank you for that. Priscilla, how are you? Please take the mic.
Hello, Titus. Hello, Uncle Jed. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
In muonero wangu kuri slightly different. Ini zvandiri kuona apa, ndiri kuona mwana that is hurting, someone who is in pain, someone who is in desperate need of his life to turn around, and for the people in his community to prosper. I don't quite see it as a selfish move. Kana kuti Cooksman anga achitaura outright kuti anoda kujoina SANU. Yes, he may have been made a terrible comparison, but all I can see or all I hear is pain and disappointment. And I'm actually quite happy to know that Nelson Chamisa has been checking on him. I think NC himself has also come to a point where he's realized that this young man is desperate, you know. I think people are persecuting him because he's saying it out loud. But I will tell you one thing for sure, that there are so many people, thousands of hundreds of thousands of people that voted for Nelson Chamisa and Triple C that were so disappointed at how things panned out after the elections, and the so-called lack of action afterwards, you know, to redeem the party, to fight for the MPs, parliament, and so on and so forth, just like I always mentioned. But I think, Cooksman, you have to say it outright. Kuti iwe hausi kuti uruda kunojoina SANU. I don't think that's what you are saying. Andifungi kuti ndozvauri kuedza kutaura. Ini ndiri kungonzwa kuti iwewe, you are a very, very disappointed young man who is hurting, who has got ambitions, who wants a fair playground, who had his trust in a party and in a leader that he thought was going to take him to a place where he could achieve his dreams. That's all I'm hearing. And I don't know if I'm wrong, but honestly speaking, this young man is hurting. And just like millions and thousands of us, yes, atina zvivindi zvokutaura pano, but I will tell you, ini ndinotamba neshamwari dzakawanda dziripo pano paTwitter that were disappointed Nema leaders, not just Nelson Chamisa, but everyone in Triple C, everyone in Triple C who was in the leadership, we all felt disappointed and were promised kuti hasadhaki chauya one day. Another day, kotaura another promise. Saka kuti Cooksman has been brave enough and said disappointment here, 3/4 of the people that are here that are pretending kuti ivo asina kuseruko vanhu vachitaura rubbish. I honestly think kuti Nelson Chamisa would actually have to trust this young man with an office if that is going to happen, because this young man, to me, he's demonstrating integrity. You know, he's demonstrating kuti kana ndichinzwa zvandinoda, tinoda vanhu vakaita sana Cooksman vakawanda, tikaita 10-15 vakaita semwana uyu vachataura chokwadi, and they are going to change this thing of bootlicking yatinoona inoitika in politics all the time. This young man is never going to join ZANU-PF. This young man is going to be a great leader kana akapiwa mkana. This young man has integrity. This young man is in pain, just like all of us. Tose iye ni mukadzi mukuru pano pandiri. I had hope yekuti 2023 mukomana ati tinopinda, anditi, and the things did not happen. And we tikaponzi Sadak, we held on to that hope yekuti Sadak was coming and nothing happened. Saka, who are you to say nasi mwana uyu should not express his pain?
Right.
Let's be kind to one another. I'm almost done, Titus. I'm feeling very, very emotional because I know exactly how Cooksman feels and how thousands of people varumadie mangu vanonyepera pachena apa pamatimeline kuti we support NC through and through, asi nekuseri vanenge vachinyora kuti mukomana akatinyudza, mukomana akadai, mukomana akadai. Let's not persecute Mwana Ush. He's worked hard. He's worked very, very hard from Sangano. And I know Kuti leadership here, Triple C is listening. Please do not throw this young man away.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. I hope Cooksman, you're not going to disappoint Priscilla by joining ZANPF. Do you want to respond to what she said? Cooksman.
I don't think I should, because it was more like it was me speaking in her.
Right.
Despite some of the things I was but most of her sentiments, it's more like she took the words from my mouth.
There was a lot of reaction by the emojis down there. I'm sure there are a lot of people Benning wanted to respond. All right, thanks, Priscilla. Let me quickly move on to hot seat.
Thank you, Mkoma Titus and Uncle Jed, and my brother Kusma. Thank you very much. I just want to ask you just a small question. Thank you for being here. I know that I know we have spoken before in the DMs and stuff, but I am one of the people on Uncle Geza's space when I just asked a simple question about Blessed Geza. And I remember you attacked me, and I did not know who you were, to be honest. I'm so sorry. I did not know that you were an influencer for young people and stuff like that. And then only after that, I did not understand who you were. And now, literally, for you attacked me and calling me like an agent, and now people are calling you the same thing. And I understand the pain you're going through, because people just put you through the same pain when you don't even understand where they're coming from. So I want to just say to you, Kusman, I want to ask you, so you've literally become the very person that you've been attacking for a lot of people for years. So what would you say to someone who was where you were, your mindset where you were when you were talking to me and saying, hey, Uncle Jed, this person, is an agent, that mindset that you had, what advice would you have to somebody who was where you were right now to where you at? Thank you. Thank you, Titus.
Coxman.
Okay. I would respond to my sister in this way. People, there are a lot of people that some they attack, some they criticize Nelson Chamisa. But like I've said before, the criticizing it comes from different angles. Kune vanobhadharwa to criticize Nelson Chamisa. I don't have proof, but sometimes I feel like that. Then kune vamwe vandinofunga kuti they just jealous of him, Then there is me, someone who feels that no, if I speak this way, or I should speak this way, maybe he can understand. Because I know for a fact that there are a lot of people out there. After my elections, there were a lot of people that could get in touch with me, because in my taita politics zedu kumashure tataita kunge tisu maspokesperson ana vachamisa to an extent yekuti vanhu vaitoti kana vaida kunzwisa position yekuti zvakambomira sei, vamwe vanhu vaitondibvunza sekuti kuda ndinenge nditori muofisi navo ndichinzwa kuti kwazowirirana zvakuti saka sadhaki inouya here. Saka ndinotora izvozvo nekunzwisisa kuti vamwe vanhu vakawanda, especially vazhinji vacho zvavo vanenge vari kufacebook, havana access yetwitter, even havashandise twitter, asi zvechokwadi kune vanhu vakawanda kunze uko vekutoti vachindiona vaindiona sekuti ndiri munhu ari that much close to NC.
So Kusman, do you think you owe them an apology?
Hello?
No, sorry, Mkoma. I just said, do you think you owe people an apology? Like for myself, I remember, now I know you personally, but I mean, we felt attacked for no reason. You were accusing us of being citizens when we're not there. I mean, do you feel like you owe people an apology? Like
Of course,
the accusations you gave?
yes, that's why I had to put that statement. It wasn't just for Hopewell and Freeman or Dr. Yanya, but it was for everyone. You know, kuti munhu wese, asi everyone iyeye anofanira kunge zvinofanira kubva pamoyo wake, kuti azive kuti iye paaimbo-criticize aicriticize from which perspective. Kana waicriticize from a genuine heart, then I owe you an apology, because honestly that's the same position that I am in. But kana why criticize nekuti wakatengwa, I don't owe you an apology. So now it's based on, but basically I did write that statement in all honesty. Kumunhu wese akafila or wandakambotuka because aibvunza mibvunzo, I'm really sorry. I feel and I think that it's necessary each and every time to make sure that we ask these leaders, patinenge tisinganzwisisi or patinofunga kuti panofanira kugadziriswa, they are not gods. We don't worship them, not at all.
And I thank you so much for saying that. Before we give Titus the space, I'm grateful, but I know you literally hurt my feelings, and it was hard for me to come on spaces after that because I knew you were influential and I was a nobody. And at that time, like anybody who had a voice, you were louder than everybody. So you were there speaking against everybody, right? So I know you did mention Hopewell and whoever you said as an apology, but there are those people who people think they don't matter, like me. I was nobody, but yet you were, you said a lot, right, against me. Literally, you took the mic after I spoke, right? So I'm happy that, and yet I'm not even anywhere. I don't belong anywhere, right? And at that time, you couldn't conceptualize the fact that we are looking for a home, but then you are attacking me, so where am I going to go if you're attacking me, right? So I'm very happy that now, you are able to conceptualize the fact that, oh my gosh, I made a mistake, even though you're not saying where you belong. Why? Because it's okay to not belong anywhere. A lot of Zimbabweans don't belong anywhere because we're not even sure where we belong, right? So thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Orsit. Let's move on to Brother Ndabazezwe.
Oh, thank you, Elder. Hello, Uncle Gerald and everybody. I don't know if I can combine all my questions or.
Yeah, maybe
How
it's
many
better,
do you have?
that
I
we
ask
just shoot them.
How many do you have?
Okay. I've got several. Yes.
Can you throw in two?
Okay. Cooksman, can you help us understand the difference between you and Blessed Geza? Because in your submission, I hear you crying for benefits from ZANU-PF, such as land claims, cars, and the like, which Blessed Geza talked about, that he also wants Gushka Bichan. I'm asking this question because Blessed Geza sat in the ZANU-PF Central Committee, but he failed to address those issues with Mnangagwa in their Central Committee meetings. You pointed out that Nelson Chamisa has your number and you have his. Are you telling us that you found out that he's not a listening president like Emerson Mnangagwa, that you failed to pick up the phone and express your grievances to him directly instead of coming to Twitter?
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Cooksman, can you respond, please?
Okay, before I respond, can I ask Ndabazezwe a question, right? My brother Ndabazezwe, how are you? This is my elder. I used to ask him when I want to know stuff about the revolution that happened, Wondo the Chimurenga. I always go to this guy and some other guys. Anyway, my brother Ndabazezwe, which opposition are you supporting right now?
The opposition that wants to remove ZANU-PF and free the people of Zimbabwe.
Yes, but be specific. Which one? Who is the leader?
The leader is Nelson Chamisa, you criticize.
Wonderful. What is it that why are you supporting the opposition and Nelson Chamisa?
Because the current regime is known for human rights abuses, corruption, that is even luring you to go for it, where you point out that you are not benefiting from the opposition.
Okay, so the opposite of what you just said, you said human rights abuses, corruption, and what else?
I forgot what I said. Just
Okay, wonderful.
remember that I said three things.
Let's just deal with corruption and human rights abuses. What is the opposite of human rights abuses and corruption?
It's good governance.
How do people benefit from good governance?
They benefit in a lot of ways. If people are well governed, the economy grows and people become employed. They don't take Makua as business. They work for their monies and they don't want free pies.
Wonderful. So you have just answered yourself. That is what I want from the opposition, right? What the comparison that I was giving when I said it feels much more better to be part of ZANU-PF than any opposition. I was trying to give a clarification that at least if you are smart enough, if you are smart enough in ZANU-PF, you can leverage your proximity to power to gain material things, right? But what is it that you can get from opposition? It's that
But
what you is that
you are
is
not
that what
answering
you
my
are?
question. Your
Is that what you
proximity
are,
to Nelson
Dabashek?
Chamisa is better than mine, Cooksman.
Listen,
You could have
listen.
picked up a phone and called. Talk to him. That I'm aggrieved here and there. Instead of
No,
coming to
no.
Twitter,
If you want
I
me,
haven't seen
listen,
ZANU-PF. I haven't
listen.
seen ZANU-PF addressing their concerns on Twitter like you do.
Now you sound like Nelson Chamisa is somewhat responsible for giving me something. I shouldn't call Nelson Chamisa. I have talked to Nelson Chamisa several times. He knows my position. I'm saying this for public because I want to instill a certain, you know, understanding in other young people that
You are radicalizing young people against Nelson Chamisa. That's your aim, right?
okay, let me
That's
put it
what you
this
are
way.
saying.
I'm radicalizing young people to unserious opposition leaders, not Nelson Chamisa.
You said you are what? You are radicalizing them to what? To
Opposition leaders who are not serious.
or okay. All right. Right. Mabindiro ere mngomandaba.
Nakupindurwa zvakanaka, but I wanted to ask him, since he blames Nelson Chamisa for doing nothing, can he tell us something better that he could do? Should he be in the shoes
Shoes
of
of Nelson Mandela.
Nelson
Right.
Chamisa
Okay.
dealing with ZANU-PF?
Right. Okay. Cooksman, if you can respond to that, and then we get another speaker, to come through. The guy munhu wababa Abraham kuti vada kuvhunzawo mubvunzo upi. But Cooksman, go ahead.
There's no point to debate about what I would do if I were in Nelson Chamisa's shoes because I would never be in his shoes. So it's much better to understand that what I'm doing right now, for me, it feels like that's the best thing to do. Why? Because I know for a fact that if we are, as a nation, to learn and understand that leaders are not gods, we shouldn't be afraid of them. At any given time, if you feel like something's not going on right, we should ask questions. We should hold them accountable. And I feel like with the participation that I did, I feel like I was shortchanged with NC. And his way of doing things, what he has been doing and what he is doing, to me, I don't see that as enough.
Right, okay. Baba Komish, Magasimbe. Mr. Komish, are you there?
Ndiripo makadiwo.
Muse Magasimbe.
Ndofara hangu ini.
Akurukurai na Cooksman uchinzwe mubvunzo yenyu.
Ndiri kunzwa hangu. Ndachiti inini ndachida kuti ndiite encourage the young men not to lose hope asati. Zvakawanikwa zvichiitika muopposition zvakamboitika muno muZimbabwe. Hondo yechimurenga ichirohwa. ZANU-PF, ZANU ichiri ZANU, yakambotomira hondo. Kune inozikamwa muhistory yechimurenga inonzi Ditande ye1972. Pakabuda a lot of confusion kunana Zambia, kunana Mozambique, kunana Tanzania. Hondo ikamira for almost 4 years. From 1972 kusvika 1974-76. Hondo ikazotanga futi. Noda kuti leadership yakanga iripo nguva iyoyo yakapinda into confusion. Vakarasa gwara restruggle. Tikasafa 4 years dzeditandi. Asi leadership yakazorealize thereafter. Vana Mudhara Joshua Nkomo, vana Baba Chitepo, vana Mugabe vava, vana General Tongogara, vana Rex Nongo, vana Zia Papa Moyo. Vakaona kuti vakadzidza lessons avakanga vaita which they had gone wrong. Zvakakodzera kuti struggle icollapse imire isize. Kungwarika kwakaita vakuru vedu nguva iyoyo kuti they came together and he came out neyamunoziva kunzi Patriotic Front. Patriotic Front vakaita exchange comrades ekuMozambique akaenda kuZambia, okuzambia akaenda okuMozambique, vakafighta from the same pool and base. After correcting errors avakaita, it didn't take them 3 years to liberate the country. From 1976 hondo yakatanga zvakare, and 1980 we got our freedom. So what we experienced in the last 7 years, zvinhu zvinoitika in leadership. My appeal to the young men: remain solid, remain focused, criticize us. That's your democratic right, because you are the main beneficiary of the democratic struggle that we are fighting for. Isu tamadhara makore edu akusvika kwokupedzisira hatisina upenyu hwenda mberi. Asi iwewe, when I look at your picture, even your voice, you are still very young. Your future ichiri open. Saka, I would want you to remain solid, focus. You're a great fighter. And what you wrote and what you said, to any normal leader, I should listen. I should accept criticism. Because without criticism, you cannot be perfect. No human being is perfect. So zvawaita watobata tose popaya nokuti tose takacontributor to the ill-being of the opposition movement, one or the other. Tingangosiyana madegrees okuti how much did you contribute, why zvakaitika izvozvo. Asi we take responsibility of the fate of the opposition movement in Zimbabwe right now. We are some of the people who are making noise every day. But why can't we correct what we do, what went wrong? Why can't we meet and discuss what went wrong? Why can't we be one again? Just like what our forefathers did in the 1972-73 when they fought. I do believe that right now, pane mukana wacho wokuti tiite pay attention to what our young man has just said. We can achieve a lot from what he said. Instead of attacking him, like what other guys are saying, don't attack him. Listen to him. Actually get closer to him and try to understand why he has done that, try to understand what has gone wrong. I think we can learn a lot out of what he has done. I want to come to a point where negotiations, dialogue, and unity are very fundamental in any struggle like this. If the Zanla and Zipra commanders sat down and negotiated, why can't we also negotiate?
Right.
Vanhu vanotadzirana, my leaders. Tadzirana chako chakunoitika muhondo. Tikakutaurirai kuti muna 1970 kwakafiwa namakomrades akawanda kuMozambique, kuZambia, kuTanzania, and kwakasiyana-siyana nemuno muZimbabwe. Asi 1979 vakagara pasi kuLondon, Longest House, vakataura, vakarwa, vanhu vairwisana vakataurirana. 1987, remember what happened in Machiavellian round. Joshua Nkomo and Mugabe sat down and vakataurirana. Remember what happened also between ZANU and MDC in 2008. Vanhu vakagara pasi.
Vakombiji makudeza pichi yenyu kaimimi panapa.
Aiwa, ndikuda kuti tisigire mufana.
Yeunification akomana. Batsirai mukomana.
No, nditobatsira mufana kuti ngasaruza hope, ngaarambe ari mustruggle. Tinofana kutaurirana, tinofana kuengenja. Ndakupa mana solution yekuti how do we then attend to Koosman's problem? If we unite, the opposition that will come, Koosman, will be greater than whatever zvakamboona paupenyu. So I'm actually providing a solution to the opposition movement so that we can attend to Koosman's worries. Because he's worried against the opposition. He's correct when he says there's no opposition. Are correct? Don't even argue with him. If you argue with him, you are lying to yourself. There's no opposition in Zimbabwe. There are people, individuals like Wana Komich, Wana Peter, Wana John, Wana Mary, but the opposition movement, so what I'm providing, solution, let's unite. I'm responding to what Koosman wants to know. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ndinotenda Baba Bram. Right. Koosman, do you have any comment kumashoko egwinyiso aya wapiwa na Baba Bram aya?
No, I've got nothing to say.
Right, okay. Salim, do you want to come in?
Yes, Ango, good evening.
I am fine. What do you say?
Good. So I have really read what my brother here is presenting, and I have also listened to him since he started talking. What I just want to say is that there is no problem in Zimbabwe and anywhere in the world to wake up on the other side of the bed and you feel like you want to change. There is something that you have now known that you didn't know before. It's allowed, as a young person. I comment you, do what you want to do. You have that right to make that choice. But for me, critique yangu iripakuti, you see, politics will teach you something. I read your statement, and these are things that I noticed. In politics, we don't decide between good and wrong. If you think you're going to find a good political organization, invite me when you find it. Actually, in politics, we often choose between two wrong things. And we sometimes also choose between two right things. So when I was reading your post there, what I see you do is you seek to demonize one institution and see who is celebrating you now. Are not young people that you're trying to conscientize. Look who loves your posts now. You're going to see that you did you did a good thing. You came out, but see now who is laughing what you said. And ask yourself, Koosman, I'm young as you are. I'm also in my 20s. Why do these people celebrate what you have said? Is it that you are the genius in Zimbabwe who has ideas that are really relevant, that all of a sudden these men are now behind you, seeing you as the intellectual of the day? At what cost are you going to say all those things and make these people happy that you say are the problem? Because you characterize that as the problem. Yet what you have done there is you demonize the opposition and say there is nothing. Yet, Koosman, you do not have another opposition to replace what is there. And one of the lessons I have for you as a brother is that don't demonize something and say you want to raise the consciousness of young people, yet you don't have an institution to house those you have conscientized. Where are you going to go with them? You're going just to be popular on social media, and that's the end of you. Next week we'll not be talking about you. There will be no institution to talk about. There will be no you to talk about. There will be no opposition to talk about. You will be supported, of course, by people like Baba Abrahama, who themselves are trying to resurrect themselves in form of unity, because the new might not recognize them, as is going to be by new people maybe, and they want unity because that's the only way to return to the game. So my brother, I just wanted to say that well done for speaking up. But what I wanted to say is never think that you are going to choose between good and evil. There is no good institution in Zimbabwe. Even ZANU-PF itself, it knows that it's not good itself. So it's not even an antithesis of what you're complaining about. So you are not choosing between two good here. You have two evils in front of you. Is it not better to build constructively than demonizing the whole opposition, and just leave it there? Or construct constructively, bring your feedback, make it clear to your people. They have disappointed you, fine. We have all been disappointed, even myself, even other people. There's no one who has not been disappointed, both by ZANU-PF and the opposition. But how do we go about making sure that we don't just have words and popularity that doesn't build anything at the end of the day? So my brother, for me, would be, you could have done that for me constructively than seeking for popularity that may not do much. And I hope you will find that in your heart to consider such things than to throw yourself as a moment of joy for those who always want the demonization of the opposition, for them to celebrate with their wives. But you need transformation. I'm in my 20s as well. I hear what you're saying. I'm disappointed also by politicians. I want a better Zimbabwe. I want a functional Zimbabwe. But should we destroy the pillars that have been built because we are wise? And this is what has destroyed the opposition, because we believe in demonize for you to build. Today, Komich vanouya, or demonize a Chamisa, Scala ouya, or demonize a Chamisa, Wente ouya, or demonize a Chamisa, ouya, or demonize our. That will not take us anywhere, because we are just going to help the oppressor. What we need here is, if you say you are critical, as you say, are there no better ways of submitting your feedback that it builds an institution, my brother? Your feedback is not wrong, but your submission for me, because Kusman, ndichipedzisa ndichiti, politics ziyakunyengera munun'una. Mukoma wangu, unosiya nhasi uchiti CCC yakashata Chamisa agoni. Mangwana tokuona futi waita imwe revelation zve. Wakudzoka kwawambotiza. Ndo zvinoita politics. Wakavaona vaya vaiti kwanzi, Mnangagwa ibenzana zvanoita. Izvezvi wakuuchira futi. So politics dzotenderera kudai. It's not straight line yekuti kwawabva watobva. Unodzokera pauri kutuka nhasi mangwana. Wakuimbazve. So in your analysis, usatreata zvinhu izvi zvekuti zviri straight line. Zvinhu izvi tese we have fallen. We have shortcomings. Chamisa has shortcomings. We know them. I didn't see any new shortcoming you raised that was not raised before. You raised the issue of structure. You raised go on my Twitter. Also, I've said about structure. Chamisa build structure. Chamisa usango structure zvisina constitution. Everyone has said those things. What's new? There's nothing new there. But because you were popular, people supported you with your song. So the oppressor likes you to talk about it because you have audience. So they are using your audience to co-opt you. And my brother, that I thought we could do better there. Thanks very much.
Right. Do you want to respond to that, Coxman?
Of course.
Go ahead.
I think this brother of mine has got his way of thinking is misplaced. First and foremost, I think after this, I may not be popular as as I was before. And if it is about popularity, it's not something that scares me anymore. I have been popular. I don't want to lie to you. I'm someone who, if I walk in any place, someone will call my name. I don't enjoy that. I don't like it. It doesn't help me in any way. So just to think that I'm saying this because I want to be popular, it's misplaced. Again, he's talking about I'm destroying pillars. There are no pillars here that you may say I'm destroying. There are no pillars, my brother. Unfortunately, I want to tell you this. The reason why I'm even raising this is because I want the pillars to be built. There are no pillars that you can talk of here. Chabangu destroyed the pillars before I did. So, in fact, I did not destroy any pillars. Actually, there are no pillars. Because if you talk about pillars, you sound like you're talking about something that is standing. It's very unfortunate that people come here and talk boldly when we've got crazy amounts of money that are being looted day and night for a small interchange. 100 and something million is looted, and someone is telling me that there are pillars of an opposition that cannot challenge that. There are people here in Zimbabwe who can't even lift their mouths muma constitutions avanogara just to ask kuti sei mvura isiri kuuya, and you tell me you've got pillars in Zimbabwe. Vanhu vari kuitirwa tsvina mumusoro nezanu, and you want to tell me you've got pillars. You know, Angojeds, it's said that people think that zvavanonyeperana panapa pamaspaces apa vachipopota vachifunga kuti zvinobvisa zano. Yet nyika iri kufa each and every day. Time yauri kupedza iwe uchipopota paspace, mumwe ari kusecure tende ye16 million. Are you gonna tell me that in the next 5 years unenge une voice rakafanana neremunhu iyeye? You want to go to court, he buys the judge. What are you gonna do? We are running out of time, thinking we are the best. Talking about pillars, what pillars are you talking about? Elections were rigged, what happened? Chabangu destroyed the party, what happened? Right now, they're even planning to amend 2030. You don't have a voice in parliament. What is it that you are going to do? You are going to shout on Twitter space. What is that? What is it going to change? And you want kuda kuzvinyaradza mumoyo that you have pillars. What pillars? Inini handisiko ikoko, my brother. And I don't care. You know, I'm someone who don't care. Inini I evaluate something before I do it. I lose nothing, I benefit nothing. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Denzel, do you want to come through?
Thank you, Uncle Jets. Cooksman, how are you, my brother? Sorry, Titus, for not acknowledging you again. Hi, Titus, how are you? Right. Cooksman, I want to just compliment you for coming out. But my question to you, what do you think of us, the opposition supporters, after maybe listening to all these submissions, you know, and maybe the counter accusation whereby Rugunzi was answered the wrong, I think, comparison. Like when we are looking at what happened before, I remember as the opposition, we went on song comparing Smith to ZANU-PF. In that regard, was that maybe moral right? Because we are the opposition, and maybe in our own assessment and analysis of how the struggle is going, if we maybe analyze something, ZANU-PF. I mean, Zwining is really maybe probably wrong. I just want to maybe understand from your perspective, from your angle, how you view us, the supporters.
Now, Cooksman, over to you.
You know what? I respect everyone. Everyone has got a right to support what they want to support. But over and above, I myself have got a right also to say what I think about you or what you support. So this is complex, you know. If I think that you're a bootlicker, you shouldn't then say it's a problem. So I don't know what's in your heart. I don't know why you support the opposition. So at this point, you know, I can't just put everything in a blanket and because vanhu vakasiyana, vanhu vari kusapota zvinhu izvi because of different reasons. But I think throughout this whole discussion, by now we should be in a position to understand where I'm coming from. But honestly, I can't really say munhu anosapota Chamisa because look, I supported Chamisa as well, and the same understanding yandaimbove nayo haisiriyo yandiri nayo. Panguva yandaitomsapota ndosaka ndatopa apology, ndaitombotukawo vamwe vanhu vaitopa zvavaifunga kana kutaura zvavaifunga kuti ndizvo zvinoita, because I thought zvandaifunga ini ndo zvakazviri izvo. Saka with that understanding, I don't think I should blame people who support. Mumwe nomwe ngaite zvinomuitira. I'm just here to share my own belief and understanding towards this whole thing.
Right. Thank you very much. Nkoma Jiri, do you want to come in? Siri or Jiri? Musha, you say, can you come closer to the mic, please?
Okay.
Yeah, it's not better.
Yes, inini hangu handina mashoko akawanda ekutaura kubvunza Coxman padecision yaita. I just want to say Coxman is all of us. It's just that some of us might not be as popular as Coxman, but we have been saying what he is saying now. And just to echo what he's saying, Kuti, amuna pillars in opposition. There are no pillars whatsoever in opposition. This is why we are trying to side with Coxman in this decision that he has taken. It's not like something that we can all complain and ask him, Kuti, Wabudire. And I see people pinning Chamisa on what Coxman has said, because I don't see where Coxman talked about Chamisa. Probably people are bringing in Chamisa because Coxman was supporting Chamisa in the elections. But as it stands now, we have ZANU-PF trying to rig their way into 2030. And we don't have an opposition like what Coxman is saying to talk about it. And people are still saying, oh, you are betraying Chamisa, you are betraying the struggle. There is no struggle to talk about because there is no opposition in Zimbabwe. If there was someone who is going against ZANU-PF, then we could ask Coxman, why are you doing this? Because we are in this together. We are fighting ZANU-PF. But as it stands, no one is fighting ZANU-PF. Is ZANU-PF fighting ZANU-PF? And we are forced to go and support people like Geza. I myself, I am pro Geza because of what is happening, because I can't stand and watch while ZANU-PF go to 2030, which is what Coxman has just done. Kuti inini handingakwanise kuti ndirame ndakamirira opposition isipo because hapana opposition iripo. We are in the wilderness as it stands. Tangofanana naMoses atitora abva atisiya pagungwa, haana kurova mvura kuti rwizi rutsemuke. Takangotorwa nemutungamiri akatisiya pagungwa abva adzokera kuIjipita. Saka isusu hatichaziva kuti toenda kuIjipita here kana topfuurira mberi nerwendo. Tangomira, hatina plan, hatina boat, we can't go anywhere. Handi mabona. So what Coxman has done, inini handimbokunyebere Coxman, it's your decision and you don't need to be apologizing to anyone. This is politics. In politics, like I always say, it's a game of interest, not personalities. You don't align yourself to people, you align yourself to interest. What are your interests in politics? This is what matters. Because if you align yourself to people, then you are missing the whole point. This is why some people here are saying, okay, Chamisa is coming. I don't know when he's coming, and I don't know what he's planning, but as it stands, he's not in the political arena. And for us to be standing again without any plan and any hope, what are we doing about ZANU-PF? Because every day they are milking the country. This is why Coxman has just come out in open and say, okay, guys, I'm stepping aside because we are not going anywhere. We are just sitting here, or otherwise we are just wandering here. We are not progressing. We are actually regressing because right now there's no more opposition like 6 years back to talk about. So Coxman, my brother, thank you for your decision and thank you for this wake up call to many people. I hope people will just adopt your mind and implement it and also take the same decision that you have made. But what I want to encourage you is, as you step aside, I don't think it's wise for you to step aside for good or to side with ZANU-PF. Of course, you don't side with ZANU-PF. I know that for sure because ever since I read your statement, I don't know why people were saying Urwenda was ZANU-PF because it's not in your statement. Your statement does not signify that you are going there. There's nothing like that. Your statement just says you are frustrated, you are done with being used, you are done with being waiting, people coming, taking money for during elections and going into hibernation, and they don't come. They are hibernating and you don't see them again. So
Right.
this is what I saw. So I'm glad you did this. I'm glad and I hope many people will just do and also adopt what you said in your statement. And you also, may you please find some way to fight ZANU-PF. Find a corner together until the end.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you want to say something there, Cooks? Cooksman, do you want to respond to that commentary, or you want us to?
Maybe we can do it this way, Ango. As for compliments,
Yeah. As for
I don't
compliments, yeah,
think
yeah.
there's anything I should say. Like maybe I should just only attend to questions. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Right, guys, one more question. We are foot. Because right now we've got more than Ngirikini. We have got 39 folks, that want to speak.
40, yeah.
Yeah, 40 people, that want to speak. Saka, we are trying by our level best to get people, through. Saka, if you've got a commentary, or if you've got a general comment that you want to make, I'll allow 2 minutes, to do that. So that we get as many people, to come through. Right now we've got so many people that want, to engage, but if we are not strict on the time aspect, I think to know Irasa, because right now our time is 1949. Yeah, we can allow, depending, on Cooksman, and but we can continue until he says, or he tells us that he needs to take leave. But at the present moment, we continue. I see Dr. Tadini, you've been added. Please take the mic.
Mkoma Gerard, Mkoma Titus, young man. eh, eh, Thank you very much. Yangu ndeyekuti firstly, after 5 years, almost 5 years, tane alignment young man Cooksman. I remember ndakakuudza kuti pane a truth that you can't avoid that will eventually expose itself. It's the same truth that you are being insulted for right now. People cannot run away from the fact yekuti they are disappointed about promises that were not fulfilled. Awusiwe wega. A lot of people in Zimbabwe and outside Zimbabwe are repeating exactly the same sentiments that you are making. We were promised that this time we're going to make it. We were promised that our ills are going to go away. We were promised that the vote was going to be defended. All those things, people are saying it on the ground. So I want to say thank you for having the courage to say it. But like the old proverb says, the old African proverb, a man who says the truth has few friends. Remember that. And I'm happy that you are glad that some of your friends will fall away. However, continue proverb yacho yavati, but has nothing to fear because the truth never changes. Zvauri kutaura vanhu vanga kuzvinzwa. And I hope kuti those that are in opposition, myself included, take up the responsibility. Why are the young people now disgruntled? And haasi manyepo kuti tapanana mapromise akawandisa and those promises have not delivered. So be of strong mind, be of strong heart. There's going to be a lot of consequences. I remember wembuwa hwane munhu waindituka pataitaura izvi, wabvuma hako toxicity nhasi, but ndakakuudza kuti handikutuke munin'ina because chokwadi chinozongodzoka, tichazongodzoka tongowirirana zvekutaurwa izvi ndezvekunyepa. Ndakakutaurira futi muna 2022, I think titone mamessage ataichinjana kuinbox. So the reason why I'm pointing it out is kuti vamwe vazonzwa kuti just take notes of what is he complaining about. Then you will also come to the same realization. Then my question is this to you young men. Since tanzi tofanira kupa muvhunzo, what responsibility are you taking next? Because you can't give up. Hazviite. You cannot give up merely because there have been failures are consistent. Some predicted, some unforeseen that came up. What is it that you're also calling others that listen to you? Kuti ngatichiitei zvakati, or at least let's seek after this path. And don't have people try and pull you down wachita hauna influence. There are 800 people here. Ndoitori influence you. People know you, do influence you, and you can use it for a lot of good. It might diminish because of what you have done, but you will still retain some of it. And eventually, when people come to the realization kuti uri kungotaura chokwadi chiri kuzikanwa nechiri kufilwa nemunhu wese, they will forgive you and that influence will rise again. But what are you going to use it now? And I know kuti pane vanhu vanga vachiri kuda kuenda kuzano. That's also deliberate misreading of your statement. It will happen. every time you say something. There are those that do not have the ability to fully understand. Then there are those, the dangerous ones are the ones that deliberately choose to misunderstand it. Unfortunately, ndo vanotitaurei kungenini vakawanda. But that's part of the game. Don't worry about
Right.
that. Stick to the principles.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Coxman.
Well, thanks very much, Dr. Tadini. So, that is a very, very, hard question that he asked. This is something that I've been using as a defense mode. Pese paitukwa Nelson Chamisa, because I would always ask people, all right, imuri kutuka Chamisa, chii chamuri kuita? Now zvandidzokera ndinda kubvunzwa kuti saka iwewe, what are you gonna do or what are you doing? Handiri kurerai nhema, Dr. Tadini. Ndane nguva ndichidyika nekushushikana mumwoyo mangu kuti ndifunge kuti chii chandingagonawo kuita nekapasiti yandinayo to make sure that at least tiri kuziva tose dambudziko ratakatarisana naro. Saka so far, if I may probably share a bit of my plan, I've managed to get a few guys who think the same way as I do. And I'm thinking that probably in the meantime, if we can have a small group, maybe to grow bigger, holder especially muma cities, ma towns, we want to try and make sure that in each and every town you'd find out kuti there is something chisiri kuitwa zvakanaka. I'll talk for Gutu for example. Kwandinobva inini, kwaGutu kune nzvimbo ine road inoenda kunonzi kunyazvidzi kana kuti kwazvavaira ichibva magutu. I mean, a few years ago pane munhu anenge akapiwa contract yekugadzira that road, akangokura kura ndobva asiya. Izvezvi ndikutoplana kuda kuti ndione kuti ndeapi marelevant authorities andofanira kutombofamba ndinzwe kuti chii chakaitika panyaya iyoyo. Then I've also noticed in masvingo, ndinogara kumasvingo most of my time, mvura inongouya pakati peusiku. Ndichada kuzoenda tinonzwisisa kucity council kuti why is it that? Because pamba pandinogara inini tinobhadhara mvura, vanhu vese vanogarapo tinogona kubhadhara even up to $60, and probably each and every household pay that same amount of money. And I'm wondering, why is it that vanhu vanowana mvura pakati peusiku? Saka that initiative ndiri kufunga kuti kana tikaiimplementa nevashoma vandiinawo in the meantime, ichakura zvekuti in each and every city macitizens anofanira kuziva kuti they have to ask questions, because tinozopedzisira taakuona kuti in as much as tichisora zano, corruption yedu isusu yemuzimbabwe yatandira zvekuti ndakasvika pakurealiza kuti sometimes tinoti panapa zvakadai ndakasvika pakuwana information yairatidza kuti sometimes kune madoctors mamwe asitombosiri eZANU PF vane mafamasi vanotora mishonga kuzvipatara inenge yaiswa negovernment voendesa kumafamasi avo. This is something that we as people need to hold these people accountable, because at the end of the day tave nevamwe vanhu vakutora advantage yekuti ZANU PF iri corrupt, then they also do corruption, and at the end of the day tinopedzisira vari kusafa tisu in as much as tichigona kupopota nekutsama. Asi kana tikasagona kuhodha vamwe vanhu vatinotokwanisa vatinoswera navo kuvahold accountable, it will be pointless. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Mimi, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Uncle Jetta. Good evening.
Good
Titus,
evening.
I hope you are good. Yeah, Bo. Cooksman, how are you? I hope you are feeling forward. Okay, Cooksman, you are raising very important points. As a young person, I think it's very important what you are saying to the people of Zimbabwe. It's unfortunate you won't be popular, my brother, your opinion at the moment, because people are really angry. They are confused and so and so. However, I don't know, with the political environment in Zimbabwe, do you really think Nelson Chamisa can win elections, especially Zek being the referee? Angaz Cooksman, because you are speaking of elections, the improvement that should be done here and there. But however, looking at the political environment of our country, do you really think UNC can rise to power? Yeah, bon.
Okay. Thank you very much, my sister Mimi. So I'll answer you in this way. I was an election agent. My last elections are Kapfura. And this is what I noticed, right? Not just election, go election, but kutotanga even per campaign. You know, I think the only way to liberate Zimbabwe is via elections, unfortunately. I've heard a lot of people vachiti kunoda hondo, kunoda pfuti. No. The only way to liberate Zimbabwe right now is through elections. I'll tell you how, from my observation. So this is what happens. In each and every in each and every election cycle, ZANU-PF ukatarisa kutanga panotangwa macampaigns kana makambozviona. Ine vanhu vainoshandisa vakafanana nemasabhuku machief handiti. Then panguva yeelection kunenge kune vakomana vaya, like last time kwanga kune vakomana vefazi. Mapurisawo nedzimwe nguva anenge ari kudivo rezanu handiti. Saka zvandakaona zvazvinoda ndezvekuti kana tikasvika pakuti mumwe nemumwe wedu vana veZimbabwe tazvipira. And remember, if you are to defeat ZANU-PF, you have to take advantage of the constitution and use whatever that is in the constitution. The moment yamunoita chinhu chiri unconstitutional, kana chiti unconstitutional ndikutaura kuti maakutanga kuronga zvimwe zvinhu hamuna ground, because ZANU-PF already ine support even musadc yemamwe masadc countries asingatodi kubvawo papower. So you'll be treated as rebels. You have to use the constitution. For instance, we have seen a lot of masabhuku anosumuka towards my elections vachitaura kuti munhu wese anosupporta opposition anofanira kuurawa. That is unconstitutional. And the only way we have to deal with that is to have a pound-to-pound situation. Sabhuku anotaura izvozvo must not have peace. Munhu wese anofanira kusvika papoint yekunzwisa kuti no, nyika iyi haisi yangu ndega yekuti ndinongoita madiro. Kana tisati tava nevanhu vekuti ari muraini make, ari muconstituents make, anofila kuti I shouldn't be disrespected in any way because chitupa chako chinodana kuti Zimbabwe. You are a Zimbabwean. Then hatisi kuzobvisa zano. Saka zvinobvira ipapo pakuti hakuna munhu anofanira kusimuka. Imi munondiudza here kuti ndakaona kana even pailonjwa bhuku raJob Scala. Saka zviri kutotiratidza mentality yatinayo. Surely vanhu 5 kana 10 vanouya kudisrupta event ine vanhu 100. Why would that happen? Why? Someone ari kuuya achita zvinhu zviri unconstitutional. Iwe unoda kuva constitutional. Tell me, how does that work? Kana tada kuita zveconstitution, ngatiite zveconstitution tose. Kana maakuda kuita zviri unconstitutional, toita zviri unconstitutional tose. So this is what I think the opposition can win elections in Zimbabwe. We always claim that we've got the majority. We need people. Vanhu vakazvipira asingabhadharwe kana senti anoenda polling station with the understanding that I'm fighting for my freedom, I'm fighting for my country. Munhu asingabhadharike. Because if you are to pay polling agents, ZANU-PF has got more money than you. You always find someone anosvika achipiwa mari yakadarika yawamupa iwewe. Uri kuda munhu anobva kuCanada kana kuSouth Africa kana kupi kwaari achiti ndaakuda unogadzisa nyika yangu, kana ndichifa ndichafira nyika yangu. Munhu iyeye achamira achitaura kuti hakuna desk refazi rinoiswa even chero 10 meters away. Uye hakuna munhu achaiswa paline kuti abvunzwe anything asati avhota. Zvazvakureva ndezvekuti each and every polling station muchava nemanhumbers enyu ari authentic amunonyatsoziva kuti ZANU-PF yawana vanhu vakati, Triple C kana kuti whatever party inenge iripo yawana vanhu vakati. Mukava that information, I'm telling you, it's easy to challenge ZANU-PF. It's easy even to kuzvipira kuti no, we cannot allow this to happen. But trust me, with the way we've been doing our elections, hapana ZANU-PF haibve. Unosvika kune mamwe polling stations vanhu veTriple C vaendepi atiza hanzi adzingirirwa nevanhu vefazi, hapasina munhu ari kurekodha data. Wosvika kumwe hakutorina kana munhu weopposition. How do you run an election like that in a country like Zimbabwe? we can win elections in Zimbabwe, especially if we think or believe that we have the majority. And honestly, we are sick and tired of having disputed elections. We need to get to a point where we should really understand kana zani yacho ikawina ichidiwayo nevanhu, oh, who cares, vanhu vanenge vachida. But kana isingadiwe sezvatinogara otaura, we need to come to a point where we can prove it. Zana haidiwe zvese zvokuti maningira munoti gerrymandering of what zvese zviyazvi. Honestly, kana vanhu mukazvipira ka, as long as system iri yekuti munhu wese anofanira kuvhota asina kumbunyikidzwa kwaari kuita, if you can manage that kubvira pamacampaigns chaiko chaiko, this is a very difficult task, Uncle Jed and Titus and everyone here, but it's achievable kana vanhu vazvipira.
Right. Thank you very much. Owen Shari, do you want to come through? Owen Shari. Owen, going once, going twice. Right. Child of Zimbabwe, are you there?
I'm here.
Please take the
Thank you,
mic.
Uncle Gerald, Uncle Titus. Thank you for this opportunity. Mkoma Cooksman, I want to thank you, commending you for loving Zimbabwe over your party. That's the Zimbabweans that we love. Thank you for that, and I applaud you. Yabonga. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay. Straight to the point. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Right, straight.
Vanza zvavangoti nemo nemo, right. Okay, and 10
Uncle.
Mina 10
Yeah, Ndribo.
what is she?
Hey, ndochimanyere zvangu zvandoda kumhanya commercial break yangu. 2 seconds.
Alright, it's a commercial break yako tinzi.
Maitaba. Ndaona Patara City Priscilla Mkoma Ivan councillor wekubhindura mamuchiti 100 muchiombera pamakaitawo election pamakaita mafundraising enye for my elections takakupawo mari tichiti mupote muchidzokawo kunoko saka ndazoshamisika kuona muchikaenda 100 muchiagriya nezviri kutaura naCooksman nezvataura nasisi vangu Priscilla panapa, yet imi hamusati madzokawo kuzombotipo kuzombotiudzawo zviri kufamba sei kuZimbabwe and what you've done in Bindura. Saka ndangoya kuzozviharitira since tiri kutaura nyaya yetransparency mukoma Ivan mudzoke panapa motiudza kuti what have you done, because it's been almost 2-3 years now we haven't heard from you. And yeah, and
Saka
final
unobatira
one.
zvinhu 2-3 years.
Aiwa, because handiti kutaura nyaya yetransparency
Yeah,
ekutondiona Cooksman.
apa ndinongoseka hangu memory yako chete.
Oh, hey, aiwa, because ini ndichona mareceipt emadonation atakaisa. Saka the thing is ngamkomaka vanhu pane vanhu vanotiza panapa vapinda maposition handiti havachazotiudzawo kuripota what they're doing or what's going on paground handiti. Kana wanga uri panapa unesu watikumbirawo mari ka wodzokawo panapa wotiudza kuti zviri kufamba sei. And finally uncle ndada ngovhunzawo mukomangu Cooksman kuti Cooksman, I don't know if you remember I think this is your old account, the conversation that me and you had kuti when we were talking about the type of music you were doing and the type of music that you wanted to do, and when I was saying you're very talented, do you remember that conversation that we had? Uchiti I think at the time you waida kupusha masong Triple C and Chamisa. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So would you then now say kuti comment that ndatongovhunzwawo kumashuroko, but would you now say kuti maybe because Chamisa is not doing anything now, wakuda kuenda somewhere else maybe to sing songs for the other side? I'm not saying that's what you're doing, or kuti maybe you're not getting as much recognition as you did before my times awaimba masonga Chamisa, and now there's nothing to sing about. Uncle,
Right, okay, no problem. Right. Cooksman, do you want to respond to that, and then Koma Scotty, get ready for your to make the contribution and ask the question. Right, let's go.
Okay, my brother 10, maybe I mentioned it pakutanga space kuti inini kuita kwandakaita music iyayai ya zvazvisiri zvokuti ndionekwe naChamisa. Ndatozvitaura kuti Chamisa akatozonditsvaga ndiziva kanga vamupawo because what I noticed inini time iyoyo handidi kudzai nhema hama dzangu, ndaitambura ndandakaomerwa nelife ndiri kuSouth Africa, ndandisina foni yaitombonyatsoshanda, saka ndaitoita zvokuzoudzwa nevanhu kuti iwe ukuziva here kuti ukutrenda paFacebook. Because ndaiti ndikangoposta chinhingiri changu nekafoni kamwe kandaiya nako so ndikaposta song yangu ka then ndongosiya zvakadaro. It was just, I wouldn't say for fun, but I mean I explain it Uncle Jed kuti ndakazi chii chakandita, I mean I was kind of I mean kusundwa mumoyo kuti nditi what is it that I can do, what participation I can do. Then I thought at that point, since Chamisa was the best person or the best foot forward that I was believing in, I thought it was the best thing to support him through the music or whatever, comedy zvandinogona kuita. And it's not true that now I don't have anything. I could sing. I could sing about him even now, because I think it would be unpopular to do so. If you look at it, I think I'm wrong. Ndokutaura chirungu chisicho. Right now ndonguva yekuti maybe tikuda masongs, because a lot of people tariro iri kuita ichidzikira mavari. Saka ndo paitoda mangoma manje kuti aiwa mukomana ndio watiri kutenda maari ende mukomana ari kudzoka. But no, not anymore. It's not working for me. So basically, this is just something that is coming from someone who, I would say, who is disgruntled.
Right. Thank you very much. Scotty?
Thank you so much, my leader, for giving me this opportunity to say something, obviously, or to ask you two questions to Cooksman, obviously. Me and Cooksman have been coming from far background, long time. But I think his first video, if Cooksman, if you still remember a video, she did Tazama Machichi, Nemana Wakachichema background. And I said to the group, WhatsApp group, whatever Narote, I'm looking for this young boy. I've got something for him because he and a mission a change. So yeah, and we are allowed to criticize Chamisa and to express our feelings about our disappointment, because Chamisa disappointed us. We donated money. In terms of the leadership, there's a poor leadership skills there, so he needs to wake up in Zim politics found Gombiro. So this is the question I want to ask you, Cooksman. Are you able to support the opposition leaders in the future? That's number one question. What type of opposition leaders do we need in Zimbabwe? In the before you answer those two questions, to Comrade Komishi, you come here and say something you wanna say here. You and Chamisa magoya pana bamshutu zauti takaku betray sakatu kumbira uregerero. Do you want us just to forgive you just like that? People die. She supporter imimi muchititengesera zvinhu zvisiri izvo. So don't just come here, commission, not allowed to speak or to encourage Cooksman the way Yangamstar Nayo. I was not happy with that. But yeah, thank you so much, Uncle
Right.
Cooksman. You can answer me here.
Okay, Cooksman, do you want to respond to that?
Yes. I can respond to that, and thanks very much to my brother Scotty. Yeah, it's true. We've come a long way together, and I'm glad that I've heard a lot of people that I have that I've shared with friendship. Vachita kunge hama dzangu vandisingazivi, vana smarters vese handimuzivi, handisati ndakambomuona. A lot of guys here, but takapedzisira takuita kunge hama because of politics. It's the same thing with vana Scotty. So to answer Scotty, yes, right now izvezvizvi ndichitaura kudai zvangu ndichiri kumboonera kuti ndianiko chaiye ane nzara yekuda kugadzirisa nyika yeZimbabwe. ndikamuwana ndikamuona ndikamuvheta aiwa ndinomutsigira because end goal yatiri kuda ndeyekuti tigadzirise nyika iyi zvechokwadi. Nyika iyi yakaparara, yakafa. Handiri kudzai nhema, yakafa zvokuti ndinorwadziwa mwoyo wangu ndichiona. Unoziva kuti pane nguva yekuti iwe unenge une macapabilities ako ekuti probably you can make $10 in 13 or in 30 minutes une zvaunenge uchiitawo, kana kuti asi unoona mumwe munhu akagara nemabhanana uchifunga kuti alright, saka mabhanana aya achatengwa mangani, achaita marii, nguvai, ane vana vangani. We've got a lot of miserable people across the nation, and honestly kana uri munhu anofungira vamwe zvinorwadza kusvika pakuti unoti inini I would rather sacrifice myself. Saka honestly I can support opposition leaders. Even Chamisa akafuma chaiko anzi achinja apfeka gear ndiri kuda, ndinomusapota. But zvamanje manje mukomana ari kutamba nesu asi inini I feel that haasi serious. Zvaari kuita zvake zvemavhesi zvezvezvo, I can't support that. I don't want to lie to you. And I would need an opposition political party that has got people at heart. Kana nchiti people at heart ndikureva kuti it shouldn't be just about taking power. Pane imwe nguva yekuti izvezvi kana mukaona kuti haazanui chikakarara hatiikwanise, pane dzimwe nzira dzekuti at least muite zvinhu zvinobatsira vanhu. I've been thinking kubva kudhara ndikati alright fine, we've got a situation whereby we've got my leaders anoti haadi kuconfronta ZANU-PF because they understand the consequences, people will die. So are we gonna be in a situation whereby hamudi kuconfronta ZANU-PF yet hamudi dialogue neZANU-PF? What sense does it make? Because I would rather prefer them. Pane imwe nguva yekuti you know tine mafamilies ekuti vanhu vakacompromise kuramba vari vese, mukadzi ahura, because they saw that for the children it was far much better. Kune vakadzi vanoabhuswa mumarriages but anogara achiti no, I wouldn't want to see my kids vachirarama nestepdad. I don't think this is different from political leaders. Pane nguva yekuti in as much as you'd want, for instance, we know that the permanent solution in Zimbabwe is to get ZANU-PF out of power. But what if you don't have, what if at this point in time, you can't afford to have that permanent solution? Are you just going to watch? Because I've seen that a lot of people, when they believe you're good, vanhu ngavatambure kana varwadziwa vachamuka. That's not leadership. That's witchcraft. You can't enjoy people dying at Parere Nyatwa because you think that kana vanhu varwadziwa vachamuka and they will fight ZANU-PF. There should be other ways of making things better for everyone, even if ZANU-PF yacho iripo. Saka I would love to see that kind of an opposition, and that's the opposition that I want. Yekuti each and every day zvainofunga ndezvekuti chii chatingaita chekuti upenyu hwavanhu huite nani, kana kunegotiata neZANU-PF kuriko kunoita kuti upenyu hwavanhu huite nani. Rather do that, because it's pointless to have an opposition yekungoti ningi tomuda 5 years in 5 years out hapana chaita vanhu varingotambura zvinhu zviri kutowedzera. No, I don't think that's correct. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Koma Cooksman. Can I go to His Grace? His Grace, do you want to come through?
Yeah, look, this young man, he knows what he and anyway exchanged my bub sometimes from where he's sitting right now, which is where I've been sitting for 10 years. In a short second, I can tell you in 2007, ku Philadelphia, kundakanzi uri mu-CIO mu-MDC because I had said something pamberi Patrangirai na Bennett, to the extent that I was saying we are tirikungokupai mari. How come hamukwanise kudzoka kuzotiudza kuti zvamakatimira mari iya zvafamba so muri kuita sei? Trangirai looked around and said, well, mari yacho handisi kuiona. He said, no, you are the president, you are not the treasurer. Bennett ari pano, you should be able to tell us. So what he is saying is true, but more than just it being true. I hear many people, including Cooksman, says, well, we were promised this, we were promised it. That is where the problem is. If you find and this is what the whole nation does, because takadziswa isusu naMugabe kuti achiuya 1980 kuti on ndichakupai gore gudza ruzhinji gore chakati. We are supposed panongotaurwa anyone watiri kuti ndi leader, before he can tell us kuti ndichakuitirai zvakati ka ngatiudze maplan ake and let's quiz him on those plans. We must begin to create a culture yekudiscussa zvinhu openly muZimbabwe. We have not had that kind of dialogue in 1980, which is why vamwe vanourayirwa mumasagi because ataura ari kumba kwake something and vamuteera usiku vakanomuponda. And guess what? My neighbors anoramba akanyarara mudzimba dzavo. We need to move away from that. We need to absorb kuti look, we are going to have differences, but if it's about Zimbabwe, it's about all of us. Figuratively, if you go to ZANU-PF today, vana vese vanoshandiswa vaya, they are living in poverty today. So how about taking the majority of the people and say, look, it should not be about death. It should not be about killing each other or beating each other up. It's about how we develop ideas on how to get better. I like what he just said about Kuti. Look, we can't continue to say we're in opposition. It's not a profession being in opposition. You get into a political party because you want to assume power. How do you do that in an environment like yes, ZANU-PF? The banding together, in order to cut across all lines will most certainly help us. Because right now today, ZANU-PF is desperate to get out of this mess as we all are and have been for a long time. So why not put the best brains of Zimbabwe to say, okay, that is to get into the basis of man. We are all neighbors, friends, relatives. Let's cut away with this other nonsense. Let's build ideas on how this country can move forward. With or without ZANU-PF. For now, you know very well, Masoja are going to say ZANU-PF is not going anywhere. But we can infect them to a point where they see, look, it's what the nation wants. And if the nation demands, like the majority, like this guy was saying, if we are the majority, we can force them to do what we want. What we have not had is the courage to say, if my neighbor is beaten up, I am joining that fight too. And if the whole community and the whole nation says, let's go and find out. Look, they are as cowardly as we all are. But guess what? If we change it one day, the whole situation will change. So I thank you, Cooksman, for coming around. I've been criticizing you openly about these things. Apparently, we are the messiahs who should fix Zimbabwe today. No one, no single man or woman can promise us a new Zimbabwe. Let's get out of this funk. Any leader will do anything. Let's ask them out what they intend to do and why. Justify that, and let's be realistic. We need each other in this whole fight. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Right. Let me go to Geshem. Do you want to come in? Geshem.
Yes, Uncle Maserati.
Mushe, did you say?
But I don't garage driver, but I will jump around. Goma Cooksman. You
Muru driver Ngoma. Muru asimu driver forklift here.
Akara.
Eh?
Aya.
Ngoze panenga sound ngaribuda uranga ngimuru chovha nge front load Ngoma. Magu reverse.
Because now it's a bad.
All right, okay.
Vanhu vanofarira ndovechidiki kamazera edu aya aiwa ane energy tinozvitenda izvozvo zviro zvakanaka but inoda kutomatoma kuda kuti vawadzawo zvinhu zvavanoshumira kuti Nelson Chamisa aite nekuti zvinhu ndaiye kunzwa vachitaura ndezvemavhesi 1 and ndinohandizvifarisa zvokuita kuti vanyatotsanangurira chidii kwetumudziro Chamisa anofanira kuita so I believe Chamisa ipapo achapanzwisisa nekuti vanenge vatoteerera ndozi dzavakomana so
Right.
two ndoda kuti vangotiudzawo kuti but ivo vanovimba here kuti Chamisa haana kutengwa nezano
Right, okay.
semunhu wepadhuze naye. Thank you.
Right. Mkoma Cooksman in my hands were my questions. I was struggling, to hear them. But did you get them?
Ndanzwa sekuti hanzi chii chaunoda kuti
Chamisa aite. Yes.
kuti hanzi vanovimba here kuti
Kuti haana kutengwa nezano.
nezano.
Yes. Yeah. Those are the questions, yeah. If you can respond.
Well, inini chandaishuva kana kuti chandinoshuva kuti dai zvaigona Nelson Chamisa aite. One, he should throw away the Bible completely. He should throw it away. Auriverenga ari kumba nekuchechi. When it comes to politics, we are dealing with the issue of power, and mwari havapengi. That's why even in the animal world, there is survival of the fittest. It's not really different from us as human beings. Ukahwaira wanyura. Hazvina kusiyana nekupolitics. Ane simba neane mari ndiye mukuru. Saka zvekuda kupinza mascripture kunzanzi mwari kudii, ndosaka muri kuona unozopedzisira wofunga kuti saka isu mwari chatakanyamutadzira sevana vezimbabwe chii chekuti abva atikanganwa kudai. Hapana mwari paachamboya akapindura nyaya idzodzidzi. Mwari akatoti panyika iyeye akatopedza negoridhe riri mairi nemadiamonds. Zvaakwatiri kuti isusu tiri kuda here kuti toprefer here kunogara ku-UK kana kuSouth Africa kana kupi tiri nhapwa ikoko. Kana taprefer izvozvo it's fine. That's why uri kuona kuti vamwe vakasvika pakudecide vakati haini zveZimbabwe handichadi. Asi kana tada nezveZimbabwe, then we have to stand up and fight. Because this country belongs to all of us, not just some a few minority people. Saka hapadi bhaibheri ipapo. Ndochekutanga. Handingangoti ndo issue. In fact, ndonatsa kuti because NC pahistory yake ndinonzwa nevanotaura vakakura naye, he used to be very radical. Saka ndonatsa kuti hameno munhu akamupinza muzvinhu zvechechi akatiparira munhu iyeye. Because that's the it seems as if that's the thing chakatomuita kuti ave zvaari. Ende mafungire ake ese anotongokondishinwa nenyaya yekuti unoziva kuti kana uri munhu anotenda zvaMwari ka, unopedzisira wangofunga kuti zvese zviri kuitika ndiMwari. But honestly, Mwari akasika zuva rinopisa. Zvinoda common sense kuti kana uchitsva ubve pazuva uende pamvuri. Hazvidi vhesi, hazvidi munamato. Sumuka uende pamvuri. It's just as simple as that. The same way a lot of people realize that zvinhu hazvichashanda muZimbabwe. Munhu akabuda akaenda. Hapana vhesi raidiwa, hapana munamato waidiwa. It's just a simple realization yekuti what needs to be done here. So I think the only thing that NC akakwanisa kungodropa that thing is the thing of involving Mwari muzvinhu izvi zvepolitics. Probably tinokwanisa kuzotaurirana tichinzwisana because ezvino izvi munhu wokuti you can't tell him anything. Anomutanga aenda pamabvi, meno zvaanenge achinzwa munzeve dzake nemumwoyo make. Kuda akangonzwa sekuti Mwari ati Zimbabwe iri kuuya manje otorelax. Kana muchataura kuti panoda maagents, iye kana aoneswa kuti Mwari ari kuuya kuzonunura Zimbabwe, unomuudza chii munhu akadaro? Saka ndingangoti ndo nyaya hombe. Ini zvokuti akatengwa neZanu, I cannot confirm that. Nor can I deny that. Because honestly, I've watched a lot of movies and I know when they act those movies, it depicts what happens in real life. You can't trust a politician. It might happen, it might not have happened. Because at this point, with the way he has been doing his things, I don't know what to believe. Kana akatengwa ndezvake, iye ndiye anoziva naMwari wake nemwoyo wake. Kana asina, ndiye anoziva zvakare. Thank you.
Right, okay. Regai tinzwe kuna Two Boy. Two Boy, do you want to come in?
Yes, and Jizzy.
Abana muraiti?
Yeah, I'm okay, I'm okay. It's what Titus Simo, Jizzy. When does yeah, I remember was ndakambotaura kucitizen yataimboita macontribution ndikati guys, we got to be prepared. This party our CC is not guaranteed kuti inobva yapinda mupower straight away. And kazhinji kachona ikatadza kupinda mupower ndopatichaona kuti takamira sei. And kazhinji mapositions edu akutooneka. Because vanhu kana taibata chinhu tese, if they happen to be a failure, why right now tauda kunongedza chigumwe kuti apa ndopamba paine problem. Tese takatadza. If we come to the understanding kuti munhu wese amhane CC, we contributed, pane pandakatotadzawo. But some they even contributed for what mari chete, it was enough. But kana taita pane elections, money is not enough. I agree with my brother Kuxman. My elections ekumusha, even kana mapolling agents anenge asipo mukwasha. Pane pandakaenda kunovhota ndichitsana mbuya kunovhota pamusana apa. The time that I drove, what, it draws attention. Man does not owe him na. So I thought maybe I had something to do with it, but more than the Zanzaita, 1, 2, did you cross us all? But I found a motor SCC, and if I pass on a polling agent, the papa. If I pass on a polling agent, one, my police station is 2 and that kind. You get patching more pines, the patching dot. From where the pack go. Papa like a 1 CC polling agent. It gets to look at the for tracking purpose. Don't have my agents in town. Mamdik, position ya my tire goods are started there. You could see, I think NC, pardon my weaknesses. My weakness kazhinji aritotangira nepamuri futi nekuti marakidza kuti hamusi strong kana da kuita chinhu mungadai maramba makamira pano 1 panzvimbo 1 vanhu taikorektana for those 5 years nc yapinda almost about 2 years pakafumwa cc ibva yapinda muelections shuwa munhu wobva watosheka kutoti tatadza kupinda paroad so apo ndiyatadza with that mentality hakuna kwatinoenda. Not it's guaranteed even 2028 haipinde futi mupower nemamiriro akaita ground ezvinezvi it's guaranteed kuti haipinde futi mupower but tikangorama kuti 10 years tatidza kupinda mupower and we look kwatabva neZanu PF kwakareba this fight inofanira kutoita solid fight kuti kana vana vedu chaivo vachabuda munumba mamo mufanira kuti munhu maisapota cc pavakasira ndopati kutangira ndo mapindiro futi akaita Zanu iyoyo nekuti Zanu hainangopindwa nana Mugabe nana uya ako idiot kune vakatenga varipo pamberi pake vakaramba vakamira panzvimbo kuti kana Smith akaita sei for those 16 or 17 years tiri musango ngatirambe takamira panzvimbo padai vangoita zvekuti nhasi atadza kumubuditsa saka Mugabe ndiye wrong zvangova kuita zvokuti wanzani ndabaniki ndiye wrong hakuna kwavaisvika
Right.
and landing bamdiki zvinoitika yes makaimba masongs anonakidza mamwe atotomba player zvangu motika zvangu dzichinakidzwa dzichiterera ende vana vamwe mamwe masongs wenyu vanotoaimba but musakangwana kune vamwe vakanga variko ana Simon Madzore those are the cadres vatinoda ivavo musangano nokuti kana pakaita weakness varamba vakamira and on a landing tarisai kana team yedu Arsenal ine zvekubika beans poto yebeans dzikubhoira maona zvatikuita Zambia tichaona marori vakuitwa mabalance kubika poto yebhinzi dzikutofasha paingotanga chete season chete mati 0-4-0 and hatibve ipapo takamira ipapo saka chinhu chinovakwa hachiramwe ende kuda mabenefits kuti dai ndikada Zanu PF ndopiwawo GD6 ndopiwawo akwa zvinouya kana vanhu mapinda mupawa wangu hazviuye musati mapinda mupawa ndokuti madzozi acho mwe musina usade kudya usati washanda tanga washanda wozodya mama mukada kuti mimi mashanda matopiwa nepenjini yachina ipapo zvese hazvibude bambiki but with what you did for the party we salute you tokupai sando dzenyu and whatever you're gonna do with all the blessings
Right.
Chamisa iyeye tichamukwenenzvera tichamurodza kusvika patiri kuda kuti asvike nokuti we cannot just change goalposts nhasi ndakuna komichi nokuti komichi ndeyauya kuti Cookson ndozvataura nhasi ndakuna dhagi mangwana hakuna madhamu farariyo hatisvike
Right.
with those problems akuti mapati iya anotodiwa Zanu yakafamba nemaproblems yayo nhasi iripo
Right.
isusu ngatifambe nemaproblems edu iyo mangwana tiripo
Right. Thank you.
mbadi musakanganwe bhidzi dzedu
Aiwa.
tiasa maguru nematumbu
Aiwa. August akusvika chimbomirai
maona strike yasaini wakasana
tozotaura August kana achinge asvika first game racho.
icharohwa munhu gore rino
Remember
nice
this
one,
first,
I think.
thank you very
Yeah?
much. Remember first game kanenge kwachurai pano paTrafford apa.
itori 81 or 82 noti ndokuti nezvekugadzira bhinzi dzekuti Saka akanetsa uko tombomuburitsa toisa mandweki kana aneta toisa somebody ikoko hapashawa munhu.
All right, thank you very much. Right, okay. Next thing. Osoro, how you doing?
Hello, My brother, uncle. sorry, Uncle Jet, before you go to Osoro, I think now I need to attend to something. Maybe we can push it to the kunokuya kuzonoita 10 o'clock.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to respond to.
How long, do you want to get us to 10?
Yes.
All right, okay, fine, quick, okay.
Yeah, saka ndaida kuti kuna Mkoma 2 boy. It's very unfortunate that by this actually shows how porous our political environment is. I put a statement sharing my feelings. I never put a statement that I'm joining ZANU-PF or I'm now a ZANU-PF card-carrying member. But already, because of a mere statement, there is someone who is already concluding that I've joined ZANU-PF. That tells a lot. It's more of like pamba pane mwana ati kwana ningi kunext door kunodyiwa zvinonaka, baba ototi ndaunogara kunext door ikoko. Imagine that kind of a father. Mwana aringotaura kuti kunext door kunodyiwa zvinonaka, zotonzi enda unogara kunext door ikoko. Baba asingadi kutsiurwa, baba asingadi kuoneswa kuti aiwa, at least kuzanu vanojoina ZANU vanoijoinira kuwana zvepanyama, my instant benefits through corruption. But what is it that we can benefit co-opposition? We need to have vanhu vanotimiririra. We need to have a voice in parliament. We need to have people who can take position kuma councils. We need to have people in different institutions in government. People failing to just get the sense of that statement tells you a lot about who the type of people we are dealing with. Defensive bootlickers, people who don't want to be told anything. And just imagine those kind of people kuti vanoti tichakwenenzvera Chamisa how? I don't even think that kind of a person can tell Chamisa paanenge achikangatsa unomuudza sei. Iwe usingakwanisi kuhandla just a small matter yekuti inini a mere supporter. I don't know how to any position co-opposition. I'm just a mere person. I'm a nobody. Nangotaura kuti right now it feels even kuti zvitori nani kusupporta ZANU, because at least kuzanu unokwanisa kutoba uchisanza musangano. Ko-opposition unowaneko. Moti kwai ndaona imwe comment iri kuiswa hapo kwai taifunga kuti opposition we support opposition not expecting anything. Really? That's why people are not serious. Because if you are supporting a political party not expecting anything, what are you supporting then? Because I thought everyone is supporting a political party because at least they want a good governance. They want people to be in these institutions, be it Minister of Finance, and make right decisions that will affect you positively. And you come here and tell me, I'm supporting opposition because I'm not expecting anything. That's foolish. I can't imagine dealing with foolish people thinking like that. Party not expecting anything. Saka uri kuitechi? Imagine chunja unoita Uncle Jed usinga expect anything. Hauite nemoyo wese. I understand these people. That's why they see things this way. Because at least I support the opposition, but because I expect to have people who can represent me ku RPZ, ku ministry of whatever, ministry inenge yakwanisa kupinda munhu. Kana kukanzuro, kana kapinda kukanzuro yemuHarare, ndiri kuexpecta kuti ndikapinza munhu weopposition anoziva zvaanoita, akaita mayor, at least he will make the right decision. Panga pachiitika corruption achaimisa, vana vemuHarare vachawana mvura, masuweji achamira, mabhini achatakurwa. Iwe undudza kuti unosupporta opposition and you don't expect anything. That's nonsense, man.
All right. Okay. So, guys, this is what we are going to do. So far we've got Osoro is coming next. Mkoma Brian is coming after Osoro, and then Champion. Those are the three. I believe if we can be one, one question, one question. Maybe you might allow time for two or more, since he says that he wants to go at the top of the hour. But what we are going to do is feel to do justice to most of the people that want to speak as well, those that have requested, even though that Cooksman won't be with us. We'll continue with the conversation, but it would be a reaction to what has transpired, what would have transpired in the last hours from 5 p.m. when we started the show. So I think we'll try and push it again for 2 more hours, and then just to get your reaction, what you've learned, are the issues, that you have identified, etc. So we'll try and push it, that way. So, my brother also, do you want to come through with your question? Please, let's just be jiffy about it since we don't have time.
Thank you, Uncle. It's always my luck whenever I'm coming in. Anyway, to Mr. Two-Boy, I just wanted to say we cannot expect Cooksman to stand or to wait when there's no progress. There has to be progress. You cannot just wait in the fire, expecting to be helped or expecting not to burn. So for him, he noticed that there's no progress. That's why he's moving. Right. That's what a normal person does. Okay. And in terms of Nyaye Zanu, to me, what I've noticed is maybe he's trying to say in Zanu, people know what to expect in Zanu and they get what they expect in Zanu. We know what you want in opposition and we're not getting it. Saka, we have a right of sound. I'm also against Nyeku Yekuti. Why do we have to crown Chamisa before he's done his job? And so far, everyone who has been close to Chamisa, and I hope whoever have been going against him have been disappointed somehow. I see one about him supporter, one we've never really had any personal interaction with him. We're actually supposed to be asking these guys and Akutsman, should we take a kuti? You go against him, or what's disappointing you like he did today? He told us exactly what disappoints him. That's what we're supposed to be asking. Van Magara is so disappointing. Go Tanga Kuba Shora. We're actually supposed to be one inside information that we need, right? My question to this guy is before is that have you ever listened to that lady? Someone I mentioned that lady, announced Valerio, and I think Tadini is one of the party in Ngirikini, that party. To me, when I listened to them on the on this space, they sounded like a perfect party to follow to me. And this time, I guess, whenever we want a leader, the supporters or whoever the opposition have to write down whatever they need from a leader, and the leader anofana tika no or yes kuti anozvikwanisa here or not, kwete kuti iye anouya achitiudza zvekuita tomunza kuti ndizvatiri kuda izvi unozvikwanisa here, wasazvikwanisa tokubvisa. Thank you.
Right. Cooksman.
Well, yeah, like I said, some of these compliments, it becomes difficult to say anything because now you get what I mean.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, if you don't have anything, I response is fine.
I really appreciate. Yeah.
Right. Mkoma Brian.
Yes, how are you? Can you hear me, Jed?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, Mkoma Jed, thank you for the space. I know it's my first time speaking on
I
your space.
know.
Because I don't get involved in politics and all that. Titus, we respect you, and I also just want to. I listen to so many spaces. Mercy, Champion, Scotty, Tamsang, Charlene, my young brother. I know Charlene from Kigali, actually from Rwanda.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So we go way back because my wife is Rwandese and I have some business interest in Rwanda. So Kuna Cooksman, here is my question. Okay, let me give a little bit of background. I'll try to be quick as possible. So my brother-in-law is Love Mochi Noputa. I think a lot of people from the opposition know him as the destroyer and so forth and so forth. So after 2023, he wrote, I don't know, I think it's the longest resignation letter I have ever seen.
And I know he like, just like Cooksman, even now he's still friends with Chamisa. But the points he highlighted when he was resigning was like, we're not going anywhere, because each time we try to advise our leader, it's like he's not listening. So kuna Cooksman Rukuti, are you disgruntled in the same way as Chinoputsa? But do you also not think Kuti, as opposition, you guys can really sit down with Chamisa and say, this is what we need to do? And actually, 2028 is not too far. Would you not give him another chance? Ekungoti, or let's get to 2028. And then if it doesn't happen the way you guys are expecting, then you know, we are just talking to ourselves. Because you guys are young. Some of us are in our 40s. But you guys are young. Would you not give yourself a chance to just say, can we not push again forward up to 2028 and then see what happens? Or do you think this is the time now to regroup and do something else? And if you have to do something else and you believe in elections, what do you think you can do within the next few years? Chinokwanisa kuita take ZANU out of the picture. And why I say I'm not political, honestly, I love my country. I'm very patriotic. Vanondizia personally, even during COVID, I've done so much for my country, from my personal coffers, in terms of containers and containers of donations to the country. With people even saying, "Oh, do you want to speak to the to Mukuru?" And I said, I'm doing this not out of wanting to be popular or anything. This is just for the love of my country. And my dad actually died during COVID. So I wasn't doing it in the sense putting to ndikuzviita for ZANU or for MDC. So I think that's my question, Kirksman. I hope you heard it well, Kuti. Do you not think you can push harder, or do you think this is the right time? But if you think this is the right time to quit, what do you have in mind? Up until between now and 2028, because we all want change. Honestly, that's the truth.
Right. Thank you very much, my
Okay,
brother.
thank you.
I hear you. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Well, thanks very much, and I would love to thank him very much for the support that he has been giving to our country, and we wish to have more people like him. Now, to answer him, I would say I didn't necessarily mean I'm quitting as in participating in politics. What I'm quitting is being a bootlicker, is being someone who is a cheerleader, who can ululate for nonsense. That's what I'm quitting. And guess what? I feel like it's more important for me to speak out this way, not as someone who is close to. I no longer want to be close to Chamisa anymore. I don't want to take pictures with him anymore. I don't want that thing of like being, I don't know how I can put it, but I don't want it anymore. Azvishande. Because the more atinowirirana nekunzwanana kwakadaro hatigone kuudzana chokwadi. I want to be just a person like all other people. Tikuda kuti kana kuchikwanisika kuti vamwe vave because I know there are a lot of people who have got the same understanding as me, but who cannot say these things. And sometimes these leaders, this is why you see that every time, even kuzanu chaiko chaiko, vanhu vakatanga popota vakati chichi kuitika apa, unoona maministers vanenge vari responsible for that ministry vakumhanya mhanya unotaridza kuti chichi kuitika. We are dealing with people. These are not animals. In as much as sometimes vachiita zvavanoita, vanozvinzwa zvatiri kutaura izvi. Kana achida achateerera zvandiri kutaura. And trust me, we are not going to keep quiet. Because this is not just about Chamisa. This is about the political, culture in Zimbabwe that I am and more people, we are going to change it. There is no more praising of leadership. Kana vanoda ngavaite. Inini zvangu kwete. Munhu wese anofanira kubvunzwa mibvunzo. Haasi Mwari Chamisa. Ma-leaders edu havasi vana Mwari. Kana varipo zvakatoita vana ED vaya havasi vana Mwari vanhu vaya. Vanofanira kubvunzwa mibvunzo yakaoma kwazvo. Zviri kufamba sei? ende vanofanira kugara vachitya kuti kana ruzhinji rukaziva zvinhu izvi tapinda pakaoma, kwete kugarisika because munhu anoziva kuti aiwa kuna nhingi wangu anondidhifenda kuspace. No, ini handichadi, ini ndakasiya izvozvo, izvo ndo zvandaramba. Ini ndava mumwe wevanhu wekuti pandinoona pese panoda kugadzirwa I'll speak, whether zvichanzwika kana hazvinzwike. Chandoziva ndechekuti mangwana ndicharangarirwa semumwe wevanhu, nokuti zvechokwadi nekunzwisa kwandiri kuita zvichibva pakati pomwoyo wangu. Ndinoziva kuti zvandiri kutaura ichokwadi, chero vamwe vakanditsoropodza vakataura zvavanoda. Nenguva ichifamba, time will prove me either wrong or right. Asi paichandiprova right, kuchawana mumwe acharifeya kune zvandakataura, akanzwisisa kuti okay, ndo zviri kuitika izvi. Saka I like you are saying maybe detambomira. No, my brother. I used to speak with Nelson Chamisa. He could tell me boldly over the phone kuti gore rino haritomboperi. That was in 2024. Pane zviri kurongwa. Ndichibvunza shuwa here president, iye zviri akapera wani, hapana kana chabuda. Saka inini ndochibva ndoramba ndakabatirira ipapo, ndochimupa futi imwe nguva kuti maybe 2028. No, ndatoona kare. Pane chekuti chero uchinyenga ari musikana uchida kudana naye, pane mamwe mared flags aunotongoona wega kuti no. Saka kana zvizva 2028, kana kuri kuti handizivi kuti 2028 chichaitika kuti ava vachabudirira here nenhingiri yavo yavari kuronga, because chakutonetsa now, we don't even have a voice in parliament. For now, I think I'm left with a task as a citizen as well, kuti chii chandichaita nekumisa izvozvo zvekuzikurongwa zva2030 izvozvo. Kana tikazvikwanisa kuzvimisawo, kana kukaitwa maelections, by then tichaona kuti ivo vachamisa vacho vanenge vachimboita sei. Kana vava munhu anenge akuita zvandinofungawo kuti ndizvo zvandinoda, I'll support him. But as long as vachiita semaitira vari kuita, definitely no. For me, no.
Right. So the last part of his question was like to say, Kuti, given Tombo Tizo, you are looking at what Chamisa is not doing, anything. But now, and if there's any indication of a 2028, what is it? What is going to be your participation like? If Nelson Chamisa, is not a person, or Wamuru Kuona Mimi is somebody who's going to be a contender in 2028. So will you, what is your participation going to be like? Are you just going to be speaking out against my issues, or if another horse, comes in, you're going to be solidly, behind that, that horse?
Okay, for Angojed, I believe that I'm the change that I want to see in Zimbabwe. That's why I've told you, Kuti, I've got a few guys that I trust a lot and that
Right.
I want to work with. And I feel that tisati tambotaura zvema-elections izvo zvatotoziva tese kuti hazvishande, tine zvakawanda zvatinogona kutoita right now. Saka ini ndine zvandiri kufunga, and Mwari akandibatsirawo zvikafamba zvakanaka, muchazondionawo ndichizama zvandiri kufunga kuti zvinogona kubatsira, because tiri kutaura zva2028, now we are in 2025. Tichine 3 years. But tine vanhu vasiri kuwana mvura izvezvi, tine mari dziri kubiwa izvezvi, tine zvimwe zvinhu zvakawanda zviri kuitika zvokuti zvaigona kutoti kana tikabatana tichida kuzvigadzirisa, we could correct it. Saka for me, it's not just about elections, it's not about political parties, but it also gets back to me, Kuti, all right, in as much as I can criticize Nelson Chamisa, what is it that I can do? And I feel like there's something that I should be doing even now, and I will do it. There's a lot that I'm planning to do.
Yeah, can I then extend an invitation to you, and these guys that you're speaking of, Kuti, when you have grouped together and you are doing, these initiatives that you are planning on doing, can we extend, that invitation to you to say, Kuti, Mojogo open space, and then we talk about what you guys, are doing.
Definitely.
All right. Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Mkoma B. And Regetinde Mkoma Champion. Champion, do you want to take the mic, please? Mushem right.
And right, Mkoma Titus, what is it?
The right champion. Should you say?
Ndizvo. Inini hangu mabvunziro angu anogona kunetsa, but I know kuti ndovhunza chete. Because inini chinhu chandoda kutanga kutovhunza ndichokubvunza hangu mufana wangu kuti naiwe munin'ina, haubatwi nebuka here pane zvose zvauri kuita izvo uchiti everyone anoita so foolish. Unomboziva here kuti vanhu uri kuti foolish ava mangwana uchazovada? Unoziva, I know kuti sevanhu tinotsamwa tigotuka tigoita sei, asi ngatizivei kuti ramangwana riri mumaoko evanhu ivava vatiri kutuka. Ende uye mumwe mubvunzo wangu ndokuti wazosiyanei nouya unoti kana usina tenda you are foolish. Rega ndigumire ipapo ndisaenda kure, because ndikaenda kure pamwe unozoora mwoyo. But ndiri kungobvunza hangu kuti chokutanga haubatwi nebuka here nezvauri kuita izvi? Kana kuti unoda ndikubvunze ndichiti wazvipira here nezvauri kuita izvi? Kana wazvipira unongoti wazvipira, haubatwi nebuka. Uye vanhu uri kutuka ava hauzovadi here mangwana? Because inini zvangu I'm not much concerned about your political ideology or whatsoever. Inini I will just tell you, zati inini I like this statement yokuti do what is best for you. But when what is best for you becomes negative for you, it's something else. That's what I can say, my young brother. I love you so much, but chingorangarira kuti uchikwira mugomo unoda vanhu, uchidzoka mugomo unoda vanhu. Saka the same vanhu uri kuda uri kutuka ivava hauzovadi futi mangwana here. Ndapedza.
Right.
CJ. That's my signature. Thank you so much.
All right, Zvara. Cooksman, do you want to come in?
Yes. Let me say this, Uncle Jed, and to my brother Champion. I don't like his deceptiveness of kind of kushoropodza kuti ndati foolish. Whereas I've been seeing him parading me as a sellout in my comments just because I've said things that doesn't resonate with him. And also, I want to tell him that on this space, there's less than 1,000 people. Zimbabwe has got a population of more than 15 million people. I don't think I should be afraid of saying or doing what I think is right because a champion or someone here won't support me in any way. Like I've said, Zimbabwe's got 16 million people. In that 16 million, trust me, not all of the people will not like me the same way you would hate me because I've said doing this is foolish. And for you maybe to understand what foolish means, foolish, the dictionary says it means lacking good sense, judgment, or wisdom. It might sound as an insult, especially kumunhu anenge achiziva zvaari kuita zviri foolish, but it's not an insult though. Zvakangofanira kunzi hauna kufunga zvakanaka kana kuti hausi kufunga zvakanaka. Zvinorwadza kana usiri kufunga zvakanaka. Paka uchifunga zvakanaka unogona kutozoona kuti wacho ari kuti hausi kufunga zvakanaka ndiye asiri kufunga zvakanaka ende unongoseka zvako ubva wasiyana naye. Saka vanhu ndinovada mukoma champion. Asi handidi vanhu zvekusvika pakuti ndinotadza kutaura zvandinoda kana zvandinofunga. Those kind of people, I don't need them in my life. And if you are one of them, farewell, my brother. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. Owen Chari, can you speak now? Ash. Goma Chari.
Oh, finally, thank you so much, Tetas, Gerald, Uncle Dave, Cooksman, the happy young man.
Thank you so much. Nzendenda Kure, I just want to say myself, I'm not coward. I'm not in Zimbabwe. I left Zimbabwe 2019, but I'm not coward. Then I have a couple of questions. What is happening in Zimbabwe cannot be solely blamed on one individual. So I want to ask Cooksman, when you joined politics, probably if I mistakenly understood you what you said. You said you were coming in because from a poor background, you wanted to start a business and you tried to get attention or a chance to have a fair bite on Zimbabwean economy. Is that correct? Yes, it's correct. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, unfortunately, that was not and is never going to be solved by anyone who is in opposition because they don't control the economy of Zimbabwe. I'll answer that to you. My other question is, when you joined politics, whatever reason that you joined politics, what have changed? I'll tell you why myself I joined politics.
No. Owen, let's because he's supposed to be gone now. So just pose questions that you want him, to respond. Don't just don't bring yourself into, just ask him, the question because you're now about to ask him, the second question. Okay. Just ask him that, and then we move on quickly, because he's supposed to go, now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we are latecomers because some of these things need to be paraphrased so that it can be okay.
I hear you,
It's
but
okay.
I'm just talking in terms of time, because
Okay.
there was a point that I brought you up and I gave you the opportunity, to speak, but you were not there. So unfortunately, I had to move on.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. My question, the second one is, did you join politics expecting an individual like Chamisa to bring Zimbabwe to you, or you joined politics because you wanted to be a partaker of the Messiah like Chamisa himself in liberating the Zimbabwe that we want? And if it is that so, what has changed now that you can even think of going and appreciate ZANU-PF? Kuti zvitori nani kunge ndiri muzanu-PF zvangu pane kunge ndiri muopposition inotungamirwa navachamisa. Chavanyanyotadza nekukanganisa chii pakati pedare rekuti zvese zvakutaura kuti he has failed zvakakanganiswa nemamissionary zvatinoziva kuti ZANU-PF caused it, macourts, mapurisa, mawhatever, but you still blame on vachamisa, who is the opposition. And equally, Chamisa is just like you, is just like me. We don't hero worship him. We want to work with him together with everyone else. I think since we don't have time, let me rest it there. Thank you. Well, look, my brother, Uncle Jed, allow me to say this. I know you have reiterated that probably I shouldn't put it that way, but probably just to clarify my position, it's very, very important. My understanding is that we have a country. We were all born in this country. And now that we realize that this country is not working, instead of standing up and fighting, we decided, I included, to leave the country and go somewhere. And some have even gotten to a point of vatu vanema momati machia ma citizenship. They no longer care about Zimbabwe. So my understanding of the word coward is that is someone who lacks the courage to confront a situation. Someone who often avoids taking risks or standing up for what is right because of fear. It can only be fear that would make one to decide that instead of fighting, I should pack my bags and I should go somewhere. You have got a home that if you fix it, you can get whatever that you are getting wherever you are now. But you decide to leave it and go somewhere. I'm a coward. You are a coward, Nkoma Owenchari. And if if we are not ready to accept that and correct that, I'm telling you, muchagara muine pfungwa yekufunga kuti donation yamuchaita muri kwamuri ichachinja zvinhu muzimbabwe. Yeti muri kutodiwa imimi kuti munge muri paground. Saka kawadi handiri kutaura ndeyekuti ka varume nyika iyi iri kuda varume paground. Mobva maita pound to pound nevanhu vari kuluta munyika inoi. Nekutiwo vari paground havabude muno. They are enjoying the riches of this country. And these riches are meant to be for all of us. So until until we decide that we need to take this fight personally, surely nothing will change in Zimbabwe. Then I'll respond again to your question and say, I supported opposition and I'm going to support opposition in future if it shows that it can change things for the betterment of everyone. I didn't support opposition because I was looking to be given handouts. It happened in my life as an opposition supporter. I'm one person who can proudly say I was supported by some people. Some of them are here, right? But that was not my intention. First time ndichunzwa paspace inini kuzonzi ndiitirwe donation inini. Handina kutsvaga munhu kuti ndiri kudaitirwa donation. Ndakatsvagwa nevanhu zvikanzi we want to appreciate you. My intention all my life has never been about accumulating wealth through zvekuita opposition. I've been genuine. If other people think otherwise, then I'm sorry, I cannot change that. It's them who think that way. So I think I've answered him. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Coxman. Do you still have a chance to take question from skilled laborer and freelance, or you want to take off?
No. I can take questions from those brothers.
All right, I'll go to freelance first, then we'll go to skilled.
Thank you so much, Titus. Thank you so much. Hey, I have a question. Time for talk. My young boy, Cooksman, somebody who I've always interacted with. How are you, Sonny? I just want to ask you a simple question, Cooksman. When I went to on holiday with Ostadas, he regarded you as one of the nicest young stars. So my question, I've just got two questions. My question to you is, when was the last time you communicated with Nelson Chamisa's team, including himself, the Nelson Chamisa? And how do you feel? I mean, what do you think he will feel when he see you writing like that on social media? And my last is a question which is included in that is, Your song, Ngapinde Mkomana, has got over 65,000 K or more. What do you think about the work you did with that club and with your song? What about if they want to intend to use that song again on the coming up events? What will you say? Are you closing the door to Nelson Chamisa, or the it's just anger, but you still have the love that you can still join and come back work with him? Thank you.
My brother freelance, how are you? The last
Oh,
time
yeah, man. Thank you, sir.
okay, the last time I communicated with the NC was the time when I was telling him how disappointed I was. Ever since then, I didn't see the need to communicate with him because it was pointless. I'm happy that whatever that I'm saying here, and Skuta Makua, he knows my position, and I've always said it. And I don't think there's any need to talk to him anymore. If he feels the need, maybe he will talk to me. But as for me, I don't see the need because I've already analyzed what he is, who he is, and the best way I can communicate is this way. Because there was a time when I could communicate with him privately, and he didn't show any hunger or any appetite to do even a little bit of what I was asking about. So I don't think that that's gonna change. So um, then your other question was that those kind of things. Like honestly, I did it for them, and unfortunately, most of them, those songs were about Triple C. Now the Triple C has been hijacked, so they're pointless. I cannot claim that nonsense. I did it wholeheartedly. I don't need to claim anything. It doesn't belong even to me. I don't want even to be. I wish there was a way to be detached to that nonsense. You know, because I can imagine myself right now kunzi ndini ndakaimbira Triple C. That's why I even banned that rubbish yellow clothes, because now it's no longer the same Triple C that we supported. Yakatorwa nevakaitora, and it's said that some of these things, it becomes part and parcel of our lives, and I'll be always nokuti achangoenzwa song yakanzwa kuti ndakaimba achangoziva somehow, or at some point ndo zvinhu zvataidi zvataitsigira. Saka nziyo dziya ndedzeTriple C, hadzisi dzangu. Ndakadziitira Triple C, and ndakadziita nemwoyo wese ndichidziitira Triple C. I don't have anything to claim, even if chero munhu akatora nhasi kazonzi yazotrenda kana kuti paitwa zvimwe zvepolitics yaiswa paYouTube, I don't claim anything. I don't need it. I can always compose other songs. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Cooksman. Skilled?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kuma Cooksman. How are you? First of all, I want to appreciate what you've done, the role that you've played in the past. I want to do something. I do listen to your music when I'm going to work every day. There's a song that you're saying, it's a nice song that I listen to every morning when I go to work. I also appreciate and acknowledge the role that you've played, and I understand your decision. I understand how you feel, and you're within your right, and no hard feelings, and I appreciate that. My question to you will always be one: what next? Let's say in 2028 there's an election. Are you going to take part, and who are you going to support? And what munhu iye wauri kusapota anenge aita sei to meet the criteria kuti umupe support yako? Otherwise, personally, I appreciate the role that you played. I appreciate the energy, the effort that you put, and I always cherish that. It's your music was quite good. I remember listening to one Pakafa Mangaisa, Raiwe Gamba, and to me, I'm happy with the part that you played. That's what I wanted to say. Well, thank you, my brother, and I'm really happy. It's the first time I've heard you speaking. Like I've always, interacted with you by my comments, and yeah, it's quite refreshing. And you are someone. I don't know you personally, but you know what? I've got a testimony from someone whom you elevated, and that person was talking about you. Because there was a time I was having a conversation about this thing of there are people who call you someone an implant, and every time maybe you are having a squabble with some other people, there's always that thing yekuti zvinonzi uyu munhu akaiswa nezano kuti akonzere confusion and stuff. So someone was telling me about you, and you actually participated in their uprising, if I may put it this way, mu life yavo. So I really appreciate you. So basically, you said what next? For me, the journey is not ending here, because the journey has not always been about NC or Triple C. That's why even after Triple C failed, NC akaisia, there's always something that we can do about our situation. And my journey is to, collaborate with other people and liberate Zimbabwe. If at any given time I would feel that NC and all other people here have engaged the right gear that I've always wanted, I can partner with them. If I realize there's someone, mavhunza futi mukati anenge anyanyoitei munhu iye, inini chandiri kungoda, ndiri kuda munhu ane vanhu pamwoyo. Kana ndichiti vane vanhu pamwoyo, situation ine Zimbabwe yakafanana nepamhuri pana baba vanoabhusa vana every day. Haugone kupeta maoko ukavhura bhaibheri ukaverenga vhesi ukanamata uchingookera munhu achiita zvinhu zvakadaro. Kana uri mai unofanira kusunga dzisimbe and try zvese zvaunokwanisa and make sure kuti munhu iye anenge achishungurudza vana amiswa zvaanenge achiita. Saka honestly, I feel like there's a lot that I can do even at an individual level, not just about the poor parties and stuff. And I know that there is a lot of people that I'll find murwendo irworwu vachawirirana nemafungiro angu vatinogona kushanda navo and try to change things in different ways muZimbabwe. And also, I always feel challenged every time I criticize other people, because it always comes back to me to say, ko inini ndiri kuitei? Because hazvimeke sense kuti unopedzisira wangoshora mumwe munhu iwe usina zvauri kuita. And I always give myself a challenge kuti no, I should find something that I can do. A lot of people vaifunga kuti ndaitaurisa ndiri kuSouth Africa. Right now I'm in Zimbabwe. Handisi munhu waya anongotaura. Inini ndiri munhu wokuti vamwe vanogona kuti I remember ndichiuya kuma-elections, someone akandicaution akati, don't go there, they will kill you. I received a lot of messages zvokuti sometimes ukazvitora zviri serious ka hauite kana anything. Usaende ikoko, usadai. I told myself that this is my country. If I am to be killed because I'm fighting for freedom in my country, I think that's rightful. That's right. That's okay. Because at least I'm dying for something that is worth it. So honestly, ndinonzwa kusundwa mumwoyo mangu kuti ndine zvimwewo zvandofanira kunge ndichiita zvinobatika kuti vanhu mangwana vazoti hangoshori chete but at least pane zvaari kuita. And nekufamba kwenguva vakawanda vachazozvionawo kuti at least there's something that I'm doing. Thank you.
Right, awesome, Cooksman. Just a quick last one before you go. You did mention about working with people that you personally trust. So this trust, can we say is because you've known them for a long time, you've known them for some time now, or is just trust is based on the ideology and just based on what you guys believe?
These are people that I know. These are people that I've ndakakura now. Some of them are just people that I have interacted with a lot, physically and sometimes on social media, and I feel like donzvo redu rinoda kunofanana. Ndiri kuziva zvangu kuti tiri munyika yekuti maybe pese pamunoda kuronga kuita something pane one munhu anogona kunge akatumwa kana nesystem, but honestly handifunge kuti zvinhu zvatinoda kuita zvichagona kuti, because hatina humwe ukribidi kana hutsotsi hwatinoda kuita hwekuti tingada kuvanza zvekuti tinotya kuti system ikazviziva. No. Tine zvinhu zvatoda kuita zvingori fair, zvekuti even anyone it's just that people maybe don't understand the law and they don't understand their constitutional rights, but sometimes havafani nokuti tikasvika izvezvizvi kana kuti let's say road block and mupurisa ada kuviolata right yangu chinzwisisa mutemo, if I ask kuti why are you doing this to a police officer, hazvide kuti nditi ndingada kuti ndinge ndakavanza kuti rimwe timu randinaro rinozonditengesa or something. Saka vanhu vandinovimba zvokuti pamatask atinoda kuita handifunge kuti pane chimwe chingatinetsa nekuzonyaya kuti maybe kana kuti munhu wanisina kuziva, wanisina kukura naye, wanangosangana naye pasocial media. It's something that will just be about munhu ari kusundwa, ari kuona kuti zvandiri kuzama kuda kuita naiyewo anozvifarira.
No, that's clear enough. That's clear enough. Thanks for that, Coxman. I think Ango Jed has extended the invitation already. When the wheels are in motion, you can always come back and we can have the conversation again. But Coxman, thank you so much. So there's one speaker, but I think you did say you want to go. Is it time now?
I can respond to Sister Rumbi, then I can go.
Perfect. All right, Sister Rumbi, please take the mic.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Oh my God, the kosher man. Thanks, Cooks. Dagutranesh during the day. I tried to phone your numbers, but not quick. But anyway, all is well. I think for me, it wasn't about, honestly, your statement, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the statement. I think it's because we are in a country where people are so polarized. We should never think that someone commenting on something, it means that they kind of saying, no, this person is a bad person. It's like, a person just commenting on what we've seen happening. Honestly, the opposition let us down. But do I say Chamisa is the bad person? Absolutely not. But honestly, the whole opposition thing with what happened to Shabangwe and how some of the brothers that we supported just let us down really pissed me off as well. But when you started talking about ZANU PF and the benefits, I think that's where I got confused. Because I thought that's what we are fighting. Were you praising it or you were simply like mentioning it as a side note? Because that's what we are trying to fight. That's what brought us here. Is this system of what am I going to get? Please explain, was it just a side note or what message were you trying to send here? That's what I did not get. That's the only thing that I'm asking my brother. Well, the message that I was trying to portray, my sister, is simple. We know ZANU-PF for what it is. But what is it opposition? What is opposition in Zimbabwe? So I was saying, if I were, now we have got a situation whereby I cannot fight ZANU-PF alone as an individual. Andigona kubvisa ZANU ndega. Ndine vanhu vanogara vachitopiwa mari nema-well wishers kana ma-non-governmental organizations. Ma-citizens akareza mari panosvika toda kutengera president a bulletproof car because vapotsa vapfurwa kwakati. Ndine munhu akadaro ari kumberi kwangu. Asina chinobatika chaari kundiitira. If I were to think, because I can't be, iye zvinota nechi, kubva 2000, kusvika izvezvi, opposition yakagadzirwa muna 2000, right? I know it's difficult, yes, kurwisa ZANU. It's not easy. But honestly, what is it that you can point to me right now, Kututi? That's the benefit of supporting opposition in Zimbabwe. Because don't even dare tell me that you support opposition without expecting something. Because all of us here, we are supporting the opposition because we want to have a good governance. We want to have better people in these institutions who can run these institutions so that they can benefit us. Every day you are crying about the price here, airtime, you are crying about the price here, my bank charges. And you come here and tell me that you support opposition and you don't expect anything. Ngoma champion was Ziramba, but I would call that's foolish. So my point is, all right, tatadza kubvisa zano, but at least kana taane maparliamentarians ataisa muparliament tichiti vatimiririre, taane nemakancelas ataisa kumakanzels, those people should do their work. Mangwana kukamuka munhu anoti auda kurikola mamembers of parliaments atakavhotera atakadonetera mari, then we should fold hands. The leader should leave the party and go and start another one. You come to elections, it's a cycle. You get elected, we vote for people, someone anomuka futi anoti party ndeyangu, leader anotiza, and you tell me kuti that's normal, that's something you can be proud of. Right now kuopposition chinhu chega chaunogona kutendeka kutambura nekufa kwevanhu. Chii chimwe chaunotendeka kana? What is it that you can say munhu ndeo opposition muZimbabwe? The only way to identify an opposition member in Zimbabwe, munhu ari kuchema everyday nekuipa kwakaita nyika, munhu ari kuchema everyday nekuti ari kuda shanduko, munhu ari kuchema nekuti akafirwa nehama yake yakaurayiwa neZANU-PF. What else can you point? Something positive that can make someone to feel good. No, I need to join the opposition. Right now, people are afraid of joining the opposition because they understand the only thing that you get when you join opposition, kufa. Right? But we've got people in ZANU-PF, as it is, it's a corrupt institution. Vanojoina ikoko vane zvavanobenefita. So my argument was about things that you get, because honestly, we support or we vote for leaders because we want to see something happening, and we want that something that is going to happen to change our lives somehow. If not ours, it's for those other people. I think I've answered this question a lot of times, and I'm not ready to answer it anymore.
All right. No, thank you, Cooksman. Uncle Jet, I think Cooksman is done.
Yeah, yeah. I think yeah. Anyway, I want to thank him for the time that he's given us. Cause you know when that dropped, when I saw that message.
Uncle Jed, ngatichita so. Ngatichita agreement one.
Right. Okay.
I can see there are people here varipa line up.
Uh-huh.
Don't add any more people. If these people can have any more questions, I can answer. But can I have my compliments? Maybe something that you said, maybe mchara saramchira na space. Vanogona kuzongotaurawo zvavanotaura. But kana paina ane question, maybe I should answer, because I believe that these people vauya kuti vabvunze zvauda kubvunza.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's okay with me. I'm not going. I'm not in a rush to go anyway. It's like, if right. So, guys. Okay. Let us just do this. Come in with a question. One question. Rema. Yeah, I know my comments.
Compliments.
My president worship and ngingadimumira. Yeah, ngatungoita my questions muna Cooksman adaira my questions, and then it over dango chimanya ngitakadaro. Saka mofuya since he said kuti saka tina Black Stallion, Provag, Baba Juju, Bartholomew, we've got Reynard, we've got Oma. So yeah, so we just give them the opportunity to ask my questions. Guys, my questions, guys.
Yes.
Ngatisa panane reminder what is the question. Just pose a question. I think for now one question will do.
If you've got context and other stuff, we can do it after.
Ayo actually mozo contextualize ngana chinge abai.
Absolutely.
Right.
So let's do that. So Black Stallion, do you want to come first?
I will disregard at this moment because I got like a 45 seconds compliment, then followed by a question. So I'll do that afterwards. And it would disrespect space.
Right. So you're not just shooting to your question. Okay, you can come afterwards. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I wanted the compliment to go first, followed by a question.
all
But
right.
for that matter, Tango Sia.
All right. You can just hang on there. So Provac. Provac, have you got a question?